I have no idea if that has anything to do with someone being hurt or if that's just EMS here just in case. But
Really?
there's
an ambulance on
yes,
site
but I
now.
do. They're pulling in right now as we're talking. Yeah, right now as we're talking. Yes.
Okay, stay with me if you can, and
Yep.
keep your eyes on them, and let us know what you're seeing if they are in fact going to find somebody who is on the ground who may have been
Okay.
shot. How far are you away from that ambulance?
Maybe 75 feet. So I'm in the lobby near the revolving doors here, right at the entrance of the Washington Hilton. That ambulance just pulled into the Circle Drive, and
Are
it
you
is
are you able
almost.
with video? Maybe we could do a video call or something like that. Is that possible?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
let me see if I can get that going for you in just a moment. Brian, what do you suggest we do here? Send him a VMIC. What, Brian? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Video so we can see what's going on there.
Okay.
Go ahead and tap that. You may have to disconnect the call. Brian, does he have to? He's gonna have to disconnect the phone call, right? Okay. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and do that, Travis? We'll bring you on some video, and then we'll see if we can. All right, yeah, just disconnect the call, Travis. I'm gonna read this article while you get set up here. Okay, so Travis, are you with me still? Okay, Travis is still connected. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's going to set up his mic and camera. Let me see if I can get that article back up here. And if you can speak with him, Brian, that'd be helpful. I don't know if you can. So, folks, okay. No audio from him yet. Oh, I think I hear him. Okay. Okay, Brian, I got him on. All right, but I'm not seeing him on my shot. Okay, Travis, if you could go ahead and get your shot, open up your camera. I can hear you, but I cannot see you. Enable your camera. There he is. Okay, perfect. All right. Can you see me, buddy? I don't think he can hear me.
I can see you, Gary, but I can't hear you.
Okay.
Nice. I'll take you over here where you can see the ambulance.
Okay.
Right. If I go out there, they're going to make me exit, but the ambulance is right here. It doesn't appear that they're chasing anything because you can see the ambulance behind me here, but the ambulance just pulled in and is just sitting there. I don't see them actually going after anything. But you can see everyone's just standing around the lobby. We're all waiting on an update.
Okay, I got Tom McCullough here. He's on the line as well. Tom, what are you hearing? You saying?
President Trump has just
can't hear anything, Gary.
building, and he's
But
correspondence center to deliver his speech.
Wait, he's
In typical
returning?
Trump, he's returning. The shooter was apprehended or killed in the lobby. They've
People are
secured
slowly waiting for
Speaker
Ubers.
Johnson, and
Some are filtering
the entire
out.
cabinet was present.
But there's still a few thousand people on the.
Make his speech that he wants to make.
Okay. Well, okay. So
President Trump will be returning to the stage
he's
shortly.
Where are you hearing this from, Tom?
That's being recorded directly from Fox News as of 3 minutes ago. Just broke.
He's returning. Okay.
He's returning. He's going to make his speech.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God,
Okay,
he's gonna fucking still make a speech after
I
an
just wanted- I
assassination
saw an
attempt. You
update
can't
on
make
there
this up.
live, and I know it's breaking, so I wanted to let you know immediately.
Yeah, I got Travis on. Well, he was on the stream. Did we lose Travis? Okay. All right. Okay. I'll.
right.
Tom, thank you
If
for.
everything else breaks, I'll let you know. He should be, give it a half hour. He'll probably be back at the table or shorter than that. But he is making his way back into the main stage.
Holy cow! Fight,
It's our
fight, fight,
president.
man! Fight, fight,
That's
fight!
my boy. Fight. Something that's typical for Trump to show strength.
Amen.
None of the guests were hurt, and he is the leader of the free world, showing bravery in action. You guys,
Okay.
God bless. I'll
So
update
wait,
as I
wait.
speak.
So real quick, you said there was a shooter in custody. Travis is not seeing any indication of that. There is an ambulance on site.
Well, the D.C. Police Department, shooter is either in custody or killed. They declared that a crime scene, and every other major outlet is reporting that a shooter was either killed or detained or injured. But there was a shooter, there was a shooting, and they have the person in custody immediately. He's dead or alive. I don't know the status of the shooter at the moment.
Okay. All right, Tom. Thank you, Tom
right,
McCullough.
That's amazing.
For us right now with the latest. Tom, thank you.
Thank you. How many times are these sickos going to do this to our president?
You know what? I don't know, man.
These people are sick and deranged.
You know what?
And now the fake news, they were there this whole time.
These are different
Loud noises
sickos,
on the
though.
screen
It's because
from CNN. Loud
we were
noises
attacking
evacuating
fraud.
Trump.
It's the dark
Another
government.
shooting. Another time they did this. When he got shot in the head, they said loud noises made Trump fall and scare. These guys can't spin this story. They're all in the room, and they saw it happen this time. Sick people.
I want to ask because according to Travis, who's on the ground, what he was able to ascertain was that based on the security protocol, that the lobby was open and available to anybody to walk in with a firearm, and then
They have layers of hardening. You've seen as we go to the White House, there's tough security around perimeters, and any area where they would be in direct access to any officials. Essentially, they would be scanned and metal detected through that point.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying that they could have got through into the lobby with a firearm, and then they would have not been able to get further than that. So it's possible there was an altercation in the lobby, and that's where the shooter was either killed or apprehended.
Yes, that agrees with what I've heard. The shooter was in the lobby and trying to make entrance to the stairway where he was confronted, and then gunfire was exchanged.
Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tom.
God bless our president, and thank God. I mean, Caroline Levitt's there. She's 9 months pregnant, about to have a baby.
Yes, she is.
She's about to have a baby, and somebody decided.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see if we can get Travis back on the line. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I saw that. Travis,
Hey, Gary.
sorry about that. We weren't able to, you weren't able to hear me, however. I don't know if you were able to hear anything that we were presenting at that moment, but from what Tom was telling me,
I couldn't, but it.
what?
And did you see this message saying the show must go on?
Yeah, that's what we're learning. Brian just told me that they're
everyone here is we're just holding mystic.
Yeah. So what are you seeing here now? Anything?
Definitely, staff and supporters of the president are definitely holding on and just hoping that we do get to go back in tonight. Some people have left, but basically it's just a bunch of people waiting for word. So I don't know if this is going to have the final say or when we're going to expect to hear that. But right now it's just a hold and wait. Everybody's hoping we get to go back in there. I don't know if that means that the president's still going. I interpreted his message as the show must go on, is that he's prepared to entertain us.
Yeah, I don't think he's
as
going
long as if he can get the green light from law enforcement.
According to McCullough and Fox, he is going to return to the stage.
Excellent.
In true Trump fashion. Absolutely
And I've seen
amazing.
a couple FBI agents, like uniformed FBI agents, just walk by. They're headed in the lobby now, heading back towards the stage. But that's definitely where to go back in.
You're not allowed to go back in yet?
Not yet. They evacuated everybody and they've just got us held. And so people are there's like 3 different levels here. So people are just kind of scattered out into different areas.
Wow. Okay. It says here 11 minutes ago, a shooter charged the magnetometer close to the front door at the White House Correspondents' Dinner and shot at a uniformed Secret Service agent. Secret Service returned fire. Conflicting reports as to the condition of the shooter. White House is attempting to convince Trump not to go back, but Trump is hell-bent on going.
So I would question those reports because the magnetometer, where they forced us out of the ballroom, we walked through those magnetometers. If somebody right there and that was an active crime scene, I just cannot imagine that they would have funneled us all right back through there. And unless they're trying to say that there was other magnetometers, but no press walked through a magnetometer coming in the front doors. You never hit, and not until you got down into the second level below the lobby, until you actually got to where the Secret Service magnetometer. That's the only magnetometers I saw anywhere on this property. I would seriously question any report that's trying to say that a shooting took place there. Because we absolutely, as soon as Secret Service decided that they wanted us out of the dining room, they ran us all right back through those magnetometers.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that if the shooter was at the magnetometers, they would not have taken you back through the same location of an active crime scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if they had, we would have seen evidence of something. But there was definitely nothing there. Like nothing occurred at the 2 magnetometers where they were screening all of the entrants going into the actual ballroom. And at no other point, you could basically cruise through. So you couldn't get into the hotel without a ticket, but you could be in the hotel and move pretty freely in most areas. But as soon as you went down there into that bottom level where the ballroom is, the international ballroom is, then that's when they force you through the magnetometer. That's the only 2 magnetometers I've seen anywhere here today.
It says here,
and there was definitely no shoot.
3 minutes ago, Fox News reports the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door. What does that mean to you?
Closest to that sounds like there's another magnetometer somewhere. Which,
Okay.
I mean, if they're talking closest to the front door of the lobby, like if you're talking closest to the door of the ballroom, that's definitely the magnetometers that they walked us back through. I have not seen any other here.
It says here, this is Fox, the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door and took a shot at a Secret Service member at the ballroom. That's a quote. That's from Sean Hannity,
crazy.
describing what he's been told directly from top White House officials in the wake of the shots fired.
That's definitely not what I'm hearing here. Doesn't mean that that's not what occurred.
Sure.
Doesn't match what I saw when I left the ballroom. I mean, and unless there was unless like no one was actually shot. If shots were just fired but no one was hit, maybe something took place at those magnetometers. There was definitely no shooter taken down.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer says he was just feet away from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. Wolf Blitzer was feet away from the shooter, says he was thrown to the ground by a police officer. It was a very, very serious weapon, and he starts shooting. It happened a few feet away from him, and as he was shooting, and of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. That's Wolf Blitzer's account.
And we're live right now.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I saw Wolf a little bit after. Let me analyze that before I make any comments live on the air. But
Of course.
I saw Wolf, like literally saw Wolf as we were leaving. So
Interesting.
I will watch his comments and then I'll see if like that possibly jives with what I saw.
If that
But
lines up, sure.
he was begging someone to do a live hit. I saw him. We were leaving, and Wolf, you know what I think about you. He was basically trying to not go. Like they're trying to force us all up these 2 escalators to get out, and I see Wolf over there begging someone. He needs to go do a live hit and do something. So I don't know. He definitely didn't look. He wasn't shook up, and he wasn't far from me. Like I don't know. We'll see what Wolf has to say. All I know is what I see with my own eyes, and
Of course.
Right now, I haven't seen any shooters, and I haven't seen any evidence of shooters. It doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social. He writes, quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended. I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make the decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. That's what the president is saying right now.
Okay.
On Truth Social. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yes. So the president is confirming though that
Yeah.
there's a shooter apprehended.
Yeah, that's the president. That's official. The president
And
confirming it himself. So I would believe the president first.
Yeah, absolutely. No, if he's saying they got someone and they are potentially taking someone into an ambulance.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. Can't see everything, but there's definitely increased activity.
Okay, so could it be maybe just somebody having a medical emergency, or could it be something related to?
I don't know. There's also a motorcade. I'm not positive.
Is it the president's motorcade?
No, definitely not enough vehicles for that. But
okay.
Somebody was leaving.
Okay, well.
Oh wait,
what's
it
up?
might be Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller's motorcade.
I think he might have just arrived.
He's just arriving.
They're trying to get at.
Wow, some of this video that's coming out of here is insane, dude. It is just nuts what we're seeing.
So the video out there, you got video of the shooter?
Well, it's just a video of the chaos, everyone on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone's got their phones up.
Video up. Yeah.
Oh, you have video too?
Yep.
Let me see. Let me find
Yeah, I don't know
account.
if it went up. The service here is so bad, but I posted it up like literally as soon as it happened. When it first happened, 99% of the people on the floor, you could see like who the actual journalists were. There's like 4 or 5 of us that are up, like standing up, not afraid, actually like filming.
Okay, I'm looking here. I'm not. Okay, I see the picture you posted of Jan.
It's probably going to take a while to post then.
Yeah, I see your red carpet picture.
Yeah, it should be. There should be a 2 minute, like a 2 minute 20-second video.
No, we're talking with Travis Gilman. He's on the ground. Gilmore, excuse me. White House reporter, Epoch Times.
I mean, they've got 2 ambulances here, but they really don't seem like they're doing anything. It's like it's there just in case.
Okay. Oh, this is not what I was expecting tonight, Travis. I wanted to see the roast.
Exactly. We thought we were going to see a comedy show.
Oh, yes, that's what I was looking forward to. But, President Trump says the show must go on, so hopefully we'll...
Yeah, I can't imagine Secret Service. If there really was a shooter, I can't imagine Secret Service letting him come back.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
So are they saying... So is the president's just saying, because we don't have any of this on the ground here, from what I get from what you're saying, is the president saying that the shooter was apprehended,
Yes, that's on his True Social right now. He just posted
and
that in the
which
White
is
House.
opposed to killed. So they actually detained. Man, it's interesting.
12
So
minutes
the
ago,
reports are one shot fired.
I'm hearing gunshot. Okay, 12 minutes ago, Gianno Caldwell, Fox News, says he was outside the room where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was being held when gunshots rang out.
Okay, so maybe it was outside the room. That could
Wolf
be
Blitzer,
possible.
gunshots, hearing gunshots. Yeah, it sounds like it all happened outside near this magnetometer area.
Okay.
Trump will return to the stage. That's what everyone's saying. But the official statement from the President Trump now posted to the White House feed. It's on the screen right now for everyone who's watching. The shooter has been apprehended, and I've recommended that we let the show go on.
Good idea. I'm gonna do it.
I thought.
Okay, Travis, keep us posted. We'll keep monitoring here.
Absolutely, I will. If we get any real updates from the ground, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, Travis, be safe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye. Okay, so that's the official word from the ground. Travis Gilmore, Epoch Times. We can take a look at some of this footage together here that's now coming in. Here's another account from Gianno Caldwell. Let's see if we can get that. Not getting any audio on that. We should have had Bluetooth. Let me see if I can. Well, we just had Travis on Bluetooth, so. Okay, 1 second. Let me just disconnect Bluetooth. I'm hearing that weird sound again. That would indicate that maybe the Roadcaster needs to be rebooted, but
They
there we go.
scrambled. People touched the ground immediately.
That's really weird.
There's a very high energy around here. People are
It's amazing how the sound right now is glitching when we're trying to cover this.
particular shooting. So hopefully there's prayers that no one in law enforcement or any innocent bystanders was hit, but this is a very, very scary situation for so many of us here at the Washington Hilton for the Washington Correspondents' Dinner. So at around 8:30 tonight, I witnessed 4 shots rang out of the International Ballroom. The doors sprang open, Secret Service running everywhere. There was an individual on the ground. I'm not sure if that person is dead, if that person is shot, injured, whatever the case. The journalists that were in the room, the camera operators, they scrambled. People touched the ground immediately. There's a very high energy around here. People are very scared for what is the cause of this particular shooting. So hopefully there's prayers that no one in law enforcement.
Okay, so I want to. This is the scene from the red carpet. This is 37 minutes ago.
Where's it coming from? Crossfire! Look out! Watch out! Move, move, move! Everybody stay down, stay down!
So multiple videos coming in. Let's see if we can get that account from Wolf Blitzer here.
Worrisome what happened. Just coincidentally, after they served the appetizers, I walked out to simply go to the men's room, but you have to walk up these stairs and walk out, and which I was doing. And as I was walking back towards the door to get back into the big area where the event was taking place, all of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me, and I was listening and watching what was going on, and apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there, but it was so worrisome. The noise was so loud in a small area, and all of a sudden I'm seeing gunshots. And then they grab me, the police officers, and they take me back into the men's room where it was safe, and there were about 15 other men who are stuck in there, and they won't let them out. And that's what happened. And then after a while, they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. A very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting. And, of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. And it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now.
Wolf.
Very, very...
Okay, that's Wolf Blitzer's account. Secret Service has released a statement. In coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and the First Lady are safe along all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known. Law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. This is the official statement here from the United States Secret Service. Caroline Levitt calls on everyone to watch tonight because Donald Trump will bring the heat and there will be shots fired. How ironic is that?
It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Wow. There will be shots fired 2 hours ago. That is crazy that she would say that. What, Brian? They have restarted. This is apparently the moment when everything went down. Wow. Okay, so it looks like this show is about to go on. Law enforcement requested we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we do immediately. I'll be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady plus the Vice President, all cabinet members in perfect condition, will be speaking to you in half an hour. I've spoken with all representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. Okay, so that's the official statement from President Donald J. Trump 3 minutes ago. And there will be a press briefing from the White House briefing room in 30 minutes. Okay. I'm going to call Travis, let him know. Just a moment. I'm not hearing him on the... Travis, can you hear me? Damn it. Travis. I'm going to reconnect here. Hang on, let me I'm trying to reconnect you to the feed here. Come on. All right, we're getting Travis. I gotta let him know what's going on. Connected.
Hello.
Hey, sorry about that. Okay, so just so you know what's going on, in case you haven't seen,
Yeah.
President Trump just said they're going to have a press briefing in 30 minutes at the White House briefing room, and they're rescheduling in 30 days.
Yeah. There's no way I can make it to that. No way I can get to the briefing room in time.
Okay. How far is
But
that from you?
I left. Like I walked out with some of his staff, with some of the press team,
Okay.
and yeah, it's definitely just going to redo this thing.
Wow. Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what
It
happens at the
does.
briefing room.
Yeah, definitely. It is encouraging that he's saying we're just going to do it again in 30 days.
Yeah, that was 3 minutes ago. Rapid Response 47 reposting the Truth Social post. Okay, I wanted to give you that heads up. Be safe.
Yeah. Thanks so much,
All
Gary.
right, man. Thank
Greatly
you for everything.
appreciated.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yep. Have a good night.
Okay, good night. Okay, guys. Well, that pretty much puts a little bow on this whole thing, if you can call it that. We have the official confirmation from the president himself that this show will go on, but not today. It will go on in 30 days, and there will be a press briefing in 30 minutes in the White House briefing room. So we'll be monitoring that closely. Love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, at least no one on the president's side or no press or media. We still don't know the condition of the shooter. We know he's in custody. So we'll have updates as they become available, and I'm sure we'll know more in about 30 minutes. Good night.
Wow, that's so wild, everyone. I just wanted to say it's a great time to be alive, but it is also one of the scariest times to be alive. Let me tell you what. Nobody knows what's real. If you, is your own friends against you? And like for a second there, I had thought that maybe the secure shoot, sorry, the Secret Service was turning against him or something, but that was completely overblown. So with this, I'm not going to end this stream particularly. We're going to move forward a little bit because, I mean, everybody's going to be looking at this. That way they can have the first section with Next News Network and recap if they want. And then we're going to continue with what I have for you, which is these playlists that I do, including actually one of them was that first video right there was Anton. But what I want to do is I want to start with the Nick Shirley video in case anybody is coming over from that in general. So you see I do playlists like this and then I load them up and then I just go ahead and I pick, or I just start at the top usually or play all, and I usually have like 30 or whatever and I comment, I do all that. But today it's been kind of a collaboration day where I have been setting up my old school retro games on this because I upgraded my RAM to 16 gigabytes and I realized my motherboard can actually accept an i7 from all the way from a Pentium 2.5 gigahertz all the way up to a 3.4 gigahertz i7. So I'm going to do that. It has 4 cores and 8 threads. It's going to be amazing on this thing. So then, and I don't have a solid state drive like I thought. It's a hard drive, which is mechanical, and it's a terabyte, so it's not that bad, but it's still like I'm doing all this with just nothing, like no equipment money at all. I spent maybe $105 on my retro gaming setup, and I'm playing games better on this than they would have than they run on Xbox One. Period. So that's just kind of like the amazing tech side when you play on computer versus console. You can really get things to operate correctly. And without any further ado, here we go.
We are here in Canada. This place is turning into something interesting here in Canada. I'm not sure what we're going to expect to see here today. Donald Trump's calling for Canada to become the 51st state. Justin Trudeau, the governor, Justin Trudeau, well, I'm sorry, the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. People are getting upset about him here. How you doing, sir? Having a good day? Excuse me. How you doing, sir? Do you live here in Canada? Do you like living here?
Yeah, I do.
And recently, it sounds like the economy's gotten really tough here. How are a lot of people surviving here in Vancouver?
Could you repeat that?
The economy here has gotten really expensive here in Vancouver. For instance, how much are you paying in rent to live in Vancouver?
I don't pay rent because I own my apartment. But yeah, I heard that a lot of people cannot afford to pay rent and food and stuff, right? Yeah, it is.
Did you see that over 2 million people were using food banks here in Canada?
Yeah, I heard that as well. I never been in that situation, but yeah, I heard that people are moving from Vancouver to other countries or other places in Canada.
So we don't have
because
any
they
frame rate
cannot
loss at
afford
all right now.
to live
It's
here
great.
in Vancouver.
And how is the situation? How has it gotten so bad here, and why?
I think it's something about overpopulation. I don't know, and not enough places to live. Right? I don't know. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time, sir.
No problem.
Have a great rest of your day. How are you doing? What's it like living here in Vancouver right now?
It's not bad. It's warmer than normal, but it's still pretty hard. I live outside, so it's more difficult than living inside.
And how has the decriminalization of drugs affected the people here in Canada?
I don't know, but I can speak for myself. It hasn't done a lot. Just people feel a little less stress that they're going to be arrested or something like that when they have their drugs.
And is it still decriminalized drugs?
No.
No. So it is illegal. It is
It's still not legal, but
illegal.
They're just not going to arrest you for it. They don't have time or whatnot.
So they're not arresting people right now. And
So they're not arresting people for having small amounts of any drug, but it doesn't mean now it's legal. But it's definitely on the path to being there. Yeah.
oh wow, you think that'd be a good thing for them to legalize all drugs?
To possess small quantities of it, yes.
Small quantity. And
But
are you
not to sell it. No, not to sell it or anything. No.
Not to sell it though. That would not be good if they sold it. But to use it, I guess it's all right. And what are you currently using any drugs?
No, not now. But I used to use a drug called methamphetamine.
And we've seen a lot of people here just the past day, and they also have like how you're kind of slunched over right now. Is that a result of the fentanyl or the result of the meth?
No, it's crystal. It's not dependent of either. It's people have mooted or they've tried to make it seem like it, and maybe it is. I'm not a doctor, but in my case, I didn't do fentanyl. I never did what they call down heroin. I never did that, and the crystal meth hasn't changed any of it over the. It's because you live outside. You have to carry your house sort of with you. And so you're carrying around 40, 60, and then you're getting stronger, and 80 pounds with you every day. You're going to start hunching over when you're tired. You start doing this when you're tired. Just couldn't hack it because I'm 58 years old now. And so I couldn't, I ended up hunching over like this to carry the extra weight. I mean, this is nothing. It's like 30 or 40 pounds for these two knapsacks, so that's it. But I can almost stand up straight again.
Oh, yeah.
Once it was mentioned to me, I had to change my diet and basically quit using the methamphetamine, but I still have trouble like this. I still have to go like this sometimes. Sometimes I get lazy and I'm hunched over.
We hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. What do you think about your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? No? Oh.
And the dude has such a kind heart. It's very sad to see stuff like this go on. That like he sit there, he's not a doctor, he says, but then he gets tired and he's over 50 and he's just bent over in the street and we can't help people like that. That's Canada though. In America, I know we could help people like that. That's just it's a culture choice. We just think they're all bad and stigmatized, and then all of our leaders took that one sentiment and ran with it. And then next thing we know, we're here. We spent $24 billion on a problem in California, and nothing's to show for it. How the hell is this even happening? I went ahead and I put it up to 250 FPS.
2 million people were on food stamps here, or going to the food banks.
Yeah, food banks. Yeah.
And why do you think that's happened where it's became almost impossible to live here inside Canada?
I don't know. Prices of everything are skyrocketing. Mortgages, interest rates.
For somebody that doesn't understand how bad it is here, how bad is the situation as far as like being able to buy groceries, afford rent?
Rent alone is like a minimum of $2,500 for a one-bedroom. We have a one-bedroom and we pay $2,550.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm a single mom, and she has special needs. So how can I afford that?
Wow. So how do you afford that?
Government help. If it wasn't for that, there's no way I could afford anything.
Wow. And how much are wages here? Like, what's the minimum wage here?
20. I don't know actually.
Really? And recently Donald Trump's been asking and been saying that Canada might become the 51st state. Do you think that'd be a good thing for Canada to join part of the United States?
No.
And why would that be a bad thing for Canada?
My bus is coming.
Okay, your bus is coming. All right. And would anything else you'd like to say about what the situation is like here in Canada?
No.
No. Okay, no worries. Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great rest of your day. Do you guys want to see Canada become part of the United States? I think that would be a good thing. Donald Trump said that he would cut taxes here for Canadians by 60%. Their businesses would double instantly, and that they'd be protected by the largest military in the world. A lot of international folks out here. Let's see. How are you guys doing? Excuse me. How are you guys? We're live right now. Okay, no, they don't want to talk. Oh, let's see. All right, Rob, people are moving quick around here in Canada. What can I say? Let's go over to this stop over here. See if we can talk to some folks. Ah, dang it, the raindrop. Yuck. Alright, let's wait till the light goes green, and then we'll cross the street and go talk to the folks over there, everybody. Here in the chat, do you guys think it'd be a good idea for Canada to become part of the United States? If Canadians want to join the USA, then absolutely, somebody. Kurt saying the 51st state, Canada. Alright, here we go. Let's cross the street right here. How are you doing, sir? Having a good day? Yeah. Alright, have a good day. Alright, everybody. Let's see. Hopefully we can find some folks, some people that are outgoing and just want to talk for a little bit. It's been a little tough out here so far. How you doing, sir? Doing good? Let's see. Hello? How are you guys doing? You guys live here in Vancouver?
No. He's just visiting from Ontario, and I live here.
Okay, very cool. We're live right now. We're just talking to people. How would you guys feel about becoming the 51st state?
No comment.
No comment? You guys like living here in Canada?
Sorry?
Do you like living here in Canada?
Yes.
For him, maybe yes, but sometimes I feel like it's like 50-50, you know? If you live in here, it's okay, I mean, but you have pros and cons, right? It's like you have disadvantage as well. Like sometimes the homeless people trying to bug you, and that's the worst part. But rather than that, the atmosphere is fine. People are good in here. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Is it dangerous to live down here? Do you like feel worried?
Sometimes, yeah, you cannot trust anyone, right? Like if you're like walking down the streets and all of a sudden you never know, person can just come out and try to hurt you, try to harm you so badly, which I feel is very bad because we had a couple of incidents in past. Someone tried attacking us and they choked our like neck as well. So that was the worst thing, and I was like, okay.
Really?
Yeah, it was in Metrotown Burnaby, and then we moved to Renfrew Collingwood. And I feel that neighborhoods, it's a quite nice neighborhood. But downtown at night, it's not worth roaming just like that.
Wow. And do you think here in Canada they decriminalized drugs a few years ago? I think it's now back to being criminalized. But do you think because of that decriminalization, it kind of like put the society into a downfall? Like we've seen a lot of people just on drugs out here on the streets in just the past hour we've been out here.
Oh, yeah. And I don't feel like about the drugs, I feel it's not safe. Because even if you give money, or if it's, this is just a government thing, right? They just put on some money in their accounts and everything, and still they are going to do the same thing.
We need to run for a bus.
Is this your bus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you guys. Have a good one. How do you feel about Canada becoming the 51st state?
Not too good.
Not too good?
No.
Are you
I don't
worried?
Like America.
What?
I don't like America.
Why don't you like America?
Because they don't, it's more like a third world country for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you think Canada is a lot better than America?
Yeah. We have welfare, we have unemployment, we have free health care.
Mm-hmm. Do you think free healthcare is a good thing?
Has been for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you worry about Donald Trump now referring to your prime minister as governor?
Well, that's Donald Trump for you, right?
Yeah.
You know, he lives in the fantasy land.
Do you think Trump's going to be good for Canada, or do you think he's going to put too many tariffs on you guys?
No idea.
No idea.
No idea. No.
And what's your favorite part about being Canadian?
Being Canadian.
Canadian?
Yeah.
And what differences do you see here in Canada versus America? Would you say are like the main different things?
Well, just the quality of life, the environment. You know.
How long have you lived here in Vancouver for?
36 years.
36 years. And how have you seen the city go up or down? Do you think it's gone up or down in the past 36 years?
Well, it's gone down in some ways. You know, in this neighborhood, it's gone down.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, thank you so much for your time, sir.
Okay.
Have a good one. How are you doing, ma'am?
Thank you.
Good. Do you like living here in Vancouver?
Who do you represent?
My name's Nick Shirley. We're here on YouTube right now.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the incentives, or why do people what attracts people to move here to Vancouver?
Family. I was living in another part of Canada, and I just thought my family's here. I thought, especially with my mom getting older, I thought, yeah, I can here. But I wouldn't have otherwise. I would have liked to go to the other coast, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard over there in Ontario it's pretty nice as well.
Ontario, it's the last place I would go.
Last place you'd go?
Yeah.
Interesting. And
Yeah.
also underneath Justin Trudeau, I believe around 5 to 9 million migrants have been let into the country, whether that be for student visas. But do you think all of that immigration has caused the price of living to go up here? Do you think that was a good thing that they let in so many migrants into Canada?
I'm not sure we have that many migrants. We have a lot of people brought in through immigration and through education, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. We should have had more housing to begin with, to provide them with housing, but because they're here, they're paying international fees to the colleges and universities, which they need to keep going. And so now that we're limiting the international students, higher education's got less money, and so they're cutting their programs. Excuse me. Yeah.
And how much does it cost to go to, how much does an international student pay to go to college here? Is it very expensive to go to college here?
Yeah, it's a lot more than if you're living here for sure. And it's actually something that's crept up on Canada, I think, because in the 90s, the governments, federal and provincial governments, started putting a lot more money into things other than housing and education. So they've had to rely a lot more, education's had to rely a lot more on corporate funding and then raising the tuition.
Wow, interesting. So is that one way they are able to make college so cheap here, is they import students from other countries and charge them higher rates, so that way it keeps the pricing low for the Canadians?
Probably. I'm not an expert on it, but sure it's a major factor because they have that much more money that they can pay their instructors with and have the programs do. Yeah.
Very interesting. And do you think Canada will become the 51st state?
Never. Never. The thing is, Canada is very different from the U.S. A lot of people come here because they like this sense that it's got fewer guns, it's a lot less violence. There's a higher rate of education, and our health industry is much different. It's public, so I mean, why would you want to live here?
Yeah, do you think that's a good thing, like the free healthcare? Like,
well, of course, yeah. It's we pay for it with our taxes, but yeah, absolutely. Everybody's covered.
Yeah. So, say you needed a knee surgery, how long would you have to wait to get in? Is it pretty quick to get in for a knee surgery or like a surgery like that? Or
I think there's a waiting list, but those kinds of surgeries are for seniors, and so there's more seniors now than there were, say, 10 years ago, and so there's a blip. You know, and the governments aren't that good in planning ahead for the blips, but it's a blip that has to do with the age of the citizens. Yeah.
And since the healthcare comes out of like your taxes and whatnot, how much are people getting taxed here in Canada?
Not enough. Not enough. There's a lot of tax breaks. If we were taxed more, we would be able to offer more. For instance, if we had better taxes, higher taxes, we'd be able to offer education to more people. Because as it's getting right now, if you don't have money in the bank, you're going to be ladled with a pretty high student debt, like $50,000 easy. And who wants that, especially when the future is looking so unstable, climate change and everything.
Wow, very interesting. Do you think Canada is at threat of climate change?
Of course, absolutely. No doubt about it. I mean, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a great rest of your day. Great lady right there, everybody. Great lady, nice lady. She actually gave us a lot of good insights of Canada. What's going on here? Where are you from?
I'm from the Philippines.
From the Philippines. And are you here on a student visa?
No, I'm working now.
Working now?
I've been here for 3 years.
3 years. And how does that work, the visas? How long can you stay here in Canada for?
On my new visa, I can stay here for like 2 more years.
2 more years.
Yeah.
Is your plan to save up money, work here in Canada, then move back to the Philippines, or do you want to stay in Canada forever?
I don't want to stay here forever. Because I don't think I can save up like much, because the cost of living here is also like too much. It's just like, I don't know.
So do you think a lot of immigrants were brought in on false hope that they're going to be able to move here to Canada, make a lot of money, then take it back to their country?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And that's not how it's turned out.
Yeah, it's not really like that. I think a lot of people move here because they thought like they're going to bring a lot of money, but not really.
Do you think a lot of people are returning back to their original countries with less money than they actually...
Yeah, I think so, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Wow. And how much does it cost to live here?
Too much. In Vancouver? I don't know.
What's your rent?
I'm paying like more than let's say 1,200.
1,200.
But I'm sharing the house with like 4 other people, so like the whole house is maybe 4 or 5 or so.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how much do you have to pay for college?
16 or 17,000 per semester, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot for international students.
Wow.
But I already finished my school, so it's
crazy. And how much do you plan to... Are you in debt right now from college?
No.
No, you graduated without debt. And when you go back to the Philippines, do you think your quality of life will be like, will you be able to use the skills you've learned here to go back to Philippines and become like super rich?
Not really.
No.
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 No, because I think the education here is not that more, like, I guess, not more serious. I don't know.
Really?
It's more laid back here, I
So-
guess.
Wow, interesting. So it's like, why do so many international students want to come here to Canada then?
I don't know. Maybe they just want something new, you know?
Wow. Does your family in Philippines have a lot of money, like your dad or
Not really. Just the right. Just normal people. I don't
normal
know.
people?
Not poor, but not too rich. No, just
Yeah.
the right.
Wow. Are you excited to go back to Philippines and get out of Canada?
Well, if I'm gonna go out of Canada, I won't gonna stay in the Philippines. I would rather move to other countries because I don't really like our current government.
Really, the Philippines is it hard to live in Philippines?
I don't think you can get like much money. Yeah.
Hocus pocus coming through here. Oh my gosh, we gotta talk to this witch. Excuse me, we just have to talk to you guys. You guys dressed up, you guys witches?
Literally, this is just my winter coat. Not her, me. This is from a company called Arm Street. They're in Ukraine, so they make like medieval and Viking armor and dresses and finery and winter coat.
Wow, do you like doing like cosplay?
I do. I'm a cosplayer. Yeah, yeah. I've been cosplaying for like over a decade.
Really? Wow, yeah, we saw you. We were like, this is like hocus pocus out here.
I miss being goth. I'd like to bring back some goth into my life. So yeah.
Goth. They gotta bring it
Yeah.
back.
Goth, witch. I would cosplay every day if I could.
Really?
Honestly, yeah.
What's your favorite cosplay?
Geralt from The Witcher, which I do. Loki from Avengers, because airline. Also, a lot of House of the Dragon cosplay right now.
And what do you think about Canada becoming the 51st state?
Am I allowed to use a swear?
Yes.
Fuck no. Also, they should just bloody try it and see where that gets them.
Do you think Canada would be able to withstand the United States?
Look, we burned down. All I'm saying is, remember it happened once to the White House? All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We know where it is.
Do you think Americans should be worried about Canadians?
Well, yeah, if you try to come for us. Yeah.
And should Canadians be worried for Americans?
I mean, there's a reason why I'm not traveling down there anytime soon.
What do you think about Trump?
Sorry?
What do you think about Trump saying? What do you think about Trump referring to your guys' prime minister as the governor of the great state of California?
May I make a gesture? There. I think that sums it up quite nicely.
Do you think that's pretty insulting of our president, Donald Trump, to call Trudeau the governor of Canada?
Exactly. And it's not subtle. We know what he's doing. We know what he's saying. We're not stupid. But just try it. We took the White House once. We know where it is. Don't think we won't. You know, we're nice to a point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What
push us and see what happens.
disadvantages would come from Canada becoming part of the United States?
Everyone. We love our healthcare. I love the fact that I can go to the doctor or the hospital for any reason and not get bankrupt and not have to choose between a place to live and being seen by a doctor. I like the fact that that education's a priority here. I like the fact that the environment's a priority here. I like the fact that it's just everybody's nice. I also like not having school shootings on the daily. Yeah.
How is crime here? Like, how hard is it to get guns?
Well, as somebody who has shot on a range, but only on a range, I wouldn't know. I prefer for people to have to go through certain steps and for it to be highly regulated. Because this is a responsibility, this is not a right. This is a responsibility, and it should be treated as such with the weight that carries.
And before you go into this craft store, what would be your message to Donald Trump for referring to your prime minister as the governor of the great state of Canada?
Fuck you. On behalf of all Canada and with our full chest and all politeness, fuck you. You fucking Cheeto.
That's it?
Tangerine Mussolini?
Tangerine Mussolini.
Hitler? We can go on.
Do you think that's fair to call Trump Hitler?
Yes, actually I do. Very much so. Very much so. Because we share a border, we're very acutely aware of the rhetoric that comes over the border. And that rhetoric has now somewhat poisoned our discourse as well. There are people who are in Canada who are trying to follow in his footsteps. We're not going to stand for that.
And if you could cast a spell on Donald Trump, what would you say? And how would you do it?
Oh.
Cosplay time.
Only one?
Multiple.
Only one? No, let's just say if House of the Dragon were real and I had a dragon, let's just say, you know what would happen.
Like, how would you do it? Like,
I'm not sure there's any spell actually that would be adequate. Any single spell that would be adequate.
the most adequate one.
One that to instill a conscience, a sense of morality, decency.
How would it say, like, hocus pocus, abracadabra, iskamash? Right, how would it go?
I can't say.
This is your time to shine, ma'am. This is your time to practice your wizardry.
Be gone, I suppose. Just be gone. Yeah.
And, like, how would you flick the wand? Just flick it?
Just wave the wand. Just be gone with force.
Be gone with
Yes.
force.
Yeah.
Clear message right there. Have a great rest of your day, ma'am. Stay witched up. Police are arresting some folks up here. How are you guys doing? What are these police arresting these guys for, do you think?
Okay, so what's happened is the Safe Streets Act has been repealed. And as such, under the guidance of the mayor and a very corrupt police board, they're starting to roust people from what has become, associated with Vancouver, which is open drug use. Those three people have a habit, they have a sickness, and they have nowhere else to be, but they're being taken away from this spot. And it's all in the name of sanitizing Vancouver so that we present, basically I tell people it's lipstick on a pig. We're still ugly, we still have flaws, but we have a leadership and a majority, a super majority council that is driving a very narrow vision for Vancouver right now. A terribly, terribly narrow vision.
Yeah.
I mean, those people still have rights, but this is Canada. And we can't get together on what our actual rights are. It's taken us decades to even come close to addressing the fact that we need a constitution. And if we had a constitution, this would not be happening. Because now there's even more resources being drawn upon. There's a $434 million annual police budget for Vancouver right now. We've got highest per capita security costs of anywhere in North America. Those people need a house. And right now, with 1, 2, and 3 cops involved, that would have paid for a hotel room for them for the night. Instead, those cops are going to go home. They're going to go to another city that they don't like. They don't even belong to Vancouver. They're going to go to another city and crow to their friends and relatives that they did a good job. And really, all they did is put a boot on a man or a woman's neck today. It's abuse. It's abuse of civility. It's abuse of humanity. It's abuse of democracy. Because we, unfortunately, have to understand that we live in a world that hates a lot of people. And as such, we are a living proof.
And so just to kind of explain what's going on right now. So we have 3 guys. We got 2 police officers right there.
Harassing 3 street people.
People are probably on, are they doing drugs? Probably most likely doing drugs, right?
Maybe. But the thing is, you can't come to that assumption, nor can a cop just come up and put his hands on you based on an assumption.
Yeah. So what do you think people should be able to do drugs out in the open? Be able to smoke weed, do fentanyl on the streets, do crack, do dope?
That happens everywhere in the world. So, I mean, if we want to pick on Vancouver and, create some dog pile, I don't think we deserve to be anywhere near the top of that focus. For centuries, there are places like Amsterdam, a port city, that have had liberalized ideas about the world because there's a constant influx and commingling of cultures. And each culture brings with it its own ideas, assumptions, and expectations. So if we're going to be involved with the world with the other 8 or 9 billion people that are kicking around, we're going to have to put up with some different opinions.
Hey, thank you. We appreciate it. Stay safe, everybody. Anyways, thank y'all so much. Surely Defense, check it out. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Peace out.
While the eyes of the world were focused on Iran, Israel achieved something historical. This is what remains of one of the most protected Hezbollah strongholds. A place once called by Nasrallah himself the capital of resistance is now in ruins. But to understand this story fully, we need to go back several decades. In London 1982, we can track the origin of this situation. Israel's ambassador in the UK, Shlomo Argov, was shot and critically wounded. The attacker was linked to a Palestinian militant faction. This was the final straw in a series of terrorist attacks against Israel. What followed was a chain reaction. First, the IDF responded by targeting the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, entrenched in Lebanon. The PLO answered with heavy artillery, shooting at northern Israel villages and towns. On June 6, 1982, Israel begins the Operation Peace for Galilee. By that time, Lebanon is no longer governed by itself, but is infiltrated by the PLO, which destabilizes the country. However, the PLO is no match for the Israeli army and has to retreat to Beirut and hides among civilians. From 6,000 to 9,000 PLO terrorists hide in West Beirut, and Israel begins the siege of the capital. The battle is fierce in an urban environment, but the IDF is determined to eliminate the threat that was terrorizing the country for many years. But only after the international intervention especially from countries like the United States, Italy and France, Israel agrees for a safe passage of the PLO, and the PLO agrees to leave Beirut, among them their leader Yasser Arafat. The result is that 14,000 PLO members leave Lebanon to different Muslim countries. But unfortunately, this is not the end of the conflict. This is just the beginning. Lebanon was never a unified country, and this was the case after the war. The IDF kept its presence along the border with Israel. The rest of the country was divided between three fractions: Hezbollah, the Christian forces, and the Syrian forces. Additionally, to stabilize the situation in the capital, an international force consisting of American, French and Italian troops was created. But they didn't stay long. After a series of attacks, including a major one on the US Marines barracks that killed hundreds of US soldiers, the forces left. And so a power vacuum was created, which was skillfully used by Iran, that started to use Hezbollah as its puppet in Lebanon. At the same time, the popularity of Hezbollah was growing, especially among the Shia population. They were even bold enough to attack the IDF forces in the buffer zone. Additionally, they were able to introduce a new weapon of terror: rocket attacks on civilians. In 1993, Israel begins Operation Accountability, hitting Hezbollah hard. But the rocket attacks do not cease, so Israel introduces another operation, Grapes of Wrath. Nevertheless, Hezbollah was relentless in putting pressure on Israel by attacking its forces and raising the number of casualties. The conflict was becoming unpopular in Israel, and there was an international pressure for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. Under the condition that the territory will be protected by the South Lebanon Army, Israel withdraws from the buffer zone. The army, however, is useless and collapses right after the military of Israel leaves. Now, Hezbollah has full control of South Lebanon. This is a major win for this terrorist organization backed by Iran. Now, their popularity in Lebanon and in the Arab world is skyrocketing. The UN confirms that Israel has moved out of Lebanon, but somehow ignores the fact that Hezbollah has took over the territory which was supposed to be controlled by the Lebanese army. Additionally, the UN creates the so-called Blue Line, which was supposed to separate the territory between Israel and Lebanon. And in theory, UN patrols this border. However, from Israel's perspective, this force was useless because it did nothing to prevent Hezbollah getting stronger in Lebanon. From 2000 to 2006, Hezbollah stockpiles on the Katyusha rockets, Fire 5 rockets, and the Metis M anti-tank weapons. The rocket attacks resumed and intensified each year. Additionally, the IDF intel informed that Hezbollah is building a sophisticated network of tunnels to access Israeli territory. Then came July 12, 2006. Around 9 a.m. local time, next to a small village on the Lebanese border, an attack happened that Israel could not ignore. While a small unit of IDF soldiers were doing a regular patrol of the border, Hezbollah was preparing a major strike. An anti-tank rocket was fired that hit the unit, killing several soldiers and injuring many. The soldiers that did not die were captured by Hezbollah. Those were two young IDF soldiers that found themselves in a horrible situation. Ehud and Eldan were captured in a critical state by the terrorists. Due to their serious condition, it is believed they have died soon after the attack. However, for Hezbollah, this was a major victory. The soldiers were taken to Lebanon and they died there, never seeing their families again. But the IDF didn't know that they had died, and Hezbollah didn't want to release any information as to their condition. This wasn't just an incident on the border, but actually it was an act of war. So Israel began a full-scale preparation for a major war with Lebanon again. Guys, before we continue, if you like the video, please give a like, subscribe, and hit that bell button. Especially hit that bell button because this will notify you when a new video is released. I really hope you like the video. I put hours of work in it. This is all custom made. I'm not using AI to create it, but I'm using many different programs. I also create the 3D models, I create the animations, I create the scripts that run the animations. This takes a lot of time, but thanks to such an approach, the content is original, authentic, and I hope you see the value of doing things this way. If you would like to support me as a creator of this original content, you know, I'm doing everything myself. The best way to do it is through Patreon and PayPal. I will leave links in the description. And you know, any amount is great. I appreciate everything because thanks to people who support me, I can continue this work. So let's continue with the video.
A military unit of Hezbollah, a Shia Muslim group based in Lebanon, crossed the border and ambushed a group of Israeli soldiers. 3 of the soldiers were killed and 2 kidnapped and taken into Lebanon.
Israel responded decisively with a massive attack on Hezbollah. Road, bridges, supply routes, Beirut's southern suburbs, Hezbollah bases, they were all targeted. In response, Hezbollah fired thousands of rockets that hit northern Israel. Many Israelis had to hide in rocket system. Those are medium and long-range rockets, meaning that now Hezbollah had the capability to reach cities like Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Beersheba. Now you understand why Israel doesn't like the leadership of Iran. Of course, rockets were not the only threat. This was the time when the drone technology really kicked off. Before you heard the drones in the Ukraine war, before you heard the drones in the current war with Iran, Hezbollah was already using the drones. Fortunately, Israel has the Iron Dome, which is capable of shooting down almost every drone. And it's much more cost effective than the popular Patriot and FAB rocket defense systems used by the Americans. So, just to give you a comparison, the most popular drone today, the Shahed, costs about $20,000 to $50,000 per drone. To shoot down this drone with the Tamir interceptor missile, it costs about $40,000 to $100,000 per missile, which is not bad, especially if you compare it to the PAC-3 missile used in the Patriot system, which costs about $3 to $5 million to shoot down a drone. And just to give you an idea, but I don't think anybody would use that to shoot down a drone, the FAD missile defense system, one shot from that defense system costs $10 to $15 million. That's why it was a huge problem with the conflict with Iran, because the Arab countries were using Patriot missiles, the PAC-3 missiles, to shoot down drones that were costing just, $40,000. It was very expensive, even for the rich Gulf countries. Of course, the champions of cost effectiveness are now the Ukrainians, that use even cheaper drones to shoot down the Shahed drones. So this technology, this battle is continuing. Another problem that Israel faced in Lebanon was that Hezbollah was developing an underground city, underground country under Lebanon through an elaborate network of tunnels that was connecting different parts of the country. And those tunnels were no joke. You could literally drive a truck in this tunnel. So Hezbollah has created a country under a country. It was bigger than any subway system in the world. To battle this problem, Israel began Operation Northern Shield in 2018. However, they were not prepared for the terrifying discovery they have found. In one of the most northern cities in Israel, called Metula, Israel found tunnels that were leading from Lebanon to Israel. And if you look at this map, this town is right on the border with Lebanon, next to the UN Blue Line. Fortunately, the IDF has found the tunnel before a serious attack has happened. And now you know why Israel wants a buffer zone that it will control with Lebanon. This is to prevent those tunnels that can be built right next to the border. This situation continued. Hezbollah was stockpiling weapons and Israel was doing preemptive attacks to limit their potential. Eventually came October 7th, 2023, that changed everything. Hamas attacked Israel, causing massive casualties to Israeli civilians and also capturing many hostages. Hamas continued attacking Israel with their own arsenal of rockets. Hezbollah was happy to use this opportunity. When Israel was busy in Gaza, they fired rockets and drones towards Israel. Not an easy time for Israelis, as the country was fighting on many fronts. But their answer was decisive. On September 27th, 2024, almost a year after Israel was attacked from Gaza, Nasrallah, the main leader of Hezbollah, is killed in an airstrike. This hole is what was left after Nasrallah's bunker. Israel used precision bunker buster bombs. They knew exactly when and where to strike. it was a major victory for Israel. And this came just days after Israel caused chaos in Hezbollah command when their pagers exploded due to an operation that was planned for years. Israel now was winning, destroying Hezbollah headquarters and eliminating their leadership. Hezbollah was in a retreat. On February 28, 2026, another major event happened. The world was occupied with the news that the United States and Israel attacked Iran and began a full-scale war with this country. Israel finally had a chance to address the origin of all their problems with Hezbollah. The sponsor of Hezbollah now was paying the consequences. And they paid a huge price because the same day Israel cut the head of the snake. When the leadership of Iran was gathering in their bunker to discuss the course of the action, Israel already knew they are there. And as it was with Nasrallah in Lebanon, the bunker did not save Khamenei, the leader of Iran and the sponsor of Hezbollah was eliminated. Another monumental victory happened for Israel that day, because they have demonstrated that even the most protected, the biggest, the most important enemy of Israel is not safe. Khamenei's death was symbolic in this 48 years war that Israel was fighting Hezbollah. And now when the leader is dead, Israel has the biggest chance to win with Hezbollah in Lebanon once and for all. For Israel, it is now or never. Iran has never been so weak, and Hezbollah has also suffered a lot during this recent conflict. Israel has to get rid of Hezbollah from the south of Lebanon. No longer Israel will listen to the UN, which did nothing, which did not protect Israel at all. Israel must fight this war alone. The Bint Jibel village I showed you in the beginning of the video is also symbolic. In 2000, after Israel left Lebanon, Nasrallah in this village declared victory of Hezbollah over Israel. Well, now in 2026, Nasrallah is not here, and this is the state of the Hezbollah headquarters. Thank you so much for your attention. Please like, share this video, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell button. This is really important because you will be notified if new videos come out on this channel. Just hit that bell button and you will be informed. Anyway, I hope this video was helpful for you, that you will be able to understand the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. And of course, this is not the end of this topic, because there is also a spiritual aspect to this conflict, which I will discuss in my future video. But for now, I wish you shalom. Have a good day.
What a fascinating world God has created. We literally have the Iranian regime tumbling over themselves, trying to find new ways to surrender. I've never seen anything like it. The Pope essentially apologized to Donald Trump. Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince, exiled prince of Iran, was almost assassinated. Trump dropped a nuke on Indian immigrants. I never thought I'd see this coming in my entire life. We got India drama, ladies and gentlemen. We got Islam drama. We got all of the things happening. And of course, obviously, I got quite the surprise for you. Ultimately, this is an insane deep dive on all the things. I can't believe I am witnessing greatness in my time. But thank you, God. Everything is so entertaining right now. Definitely subscribe, because I cover all the things in the way they need to be covered every day. Every day, another deep dive. Lock in, boys and girls. It's gonna get hairy. I'll cover it in a way that is not gay. The least homosexual news coverage on the platform. All right, subscribe. Let's go. Donald Trump made a tweet for those people, fewer in number now than ever before, that are reading the failing New York Times or watching fake news CNN, that think that I am anxious to end the war, if you can even call it that, with Iran. Please be advised that I am possibly the least pressured person ever to be in this position. I have all the time in the world, but Iran doesn't. By the way, this is proven correct, like literally, you'll see in like 10 minutes. I have all the time in the world, but Iran doesn't. The clock is ticking. The reason some of these media is doing so poorly with subscribers and viewers is because they no longer have credibility. Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Their air force is demolished. Their anti-aircraft radar weaponry is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us. The blockade is airtight and strong. And from there, it only gets worse. Time is not on their side. A deal will only be made when it's appropriate and good for the United States of America, our allies, and in fact, the rest of the world. President Donald J. Trump. This is a man that understands the correct size his balls are. He knows we have all the cards, and he knows that we can wield them whenever we want. And honestly, that's what's good about Trump. The fact that he's a businessman first and a politician second is absolute cinema, and it works every single time in our favor. And even more than that, I really appreciate that someone recognizes that we are actually the world power, and people are going to bow to our whims. That's right. If the terrorists don't actually want to make peace, then we're going to kill them. Or, they'll eventually decide to make peace, or they'll be dead. That's how it works, honestly. And, there's a lot of people crying about this philosophy. But those people are gay. They're homosexuals. And I don't care what your opinion is, all right? If our enemies don't want to make peace, they'll die until they decide to make peace. This is my stance on basically everything, I'm against foreign funding in general. I don't want to fund foreign countries, any foreign countries, whether it's Israel, it's Ukraine. I don't want to be funding foreign countries. But if we are funding foreign countries, they better be listening to us. That's right. So when we say ceasefire, Israel ceasefires, all right? When we tell NATO to do shit, NATO needs to do shit. And if they don't, we're going to stop funding them. That's my stance on things in general. It's understanding that we are actually the world power, the most sought after nation on the planet, and everyone has to bow to our whims. Now, we are benevolent overlords, don't get me wrong, but let's not forget about what our position actually is. But Iran is a sovereign nation. Not anymore. Now they're a crippled, limping, dying nation, and they will only survive if they kiss the ring. God, there's so many Americans and podcasters and commentators these days that are just sitting there. Well, actually, I prefer when America loses wars. Anyway, we have lots to talk about. So, first and foremost, VP J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, arrived at the White House at the same time this morning. No statement. No statement, just everyone gathering together. What is going on? That is the question lots of people have on their mind. Did they carpool? That is one of the questions. Here's footage of Ben Gurion Airport in Israel, appearing to show a major buildup of U.S. KC-46 Pegasus and KC-135 Stryko tanker refueling tankers on the ground. So that's pretty crazy. That's right. So we are using their airport. We are gathering our shit in the region. Again, we want them to make peace. That would be great. We would love it if they decided to kiss the ring and made complete peace. They dug up their nuclear dust. They give it all to us on a silver platter. And they also flatter us. We want them dressed in chicken suits and apologizing. Unfortunately, they're just going to have to do that. They'll have to grin and bear it, or they're going to die. Yes, this is how wars are fought, and that's how they're won. I don't want a forever war, infinite regime change, boots on the ground, blah, 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 yada, yada. These are degenerate shitbags. They're evil fucking people. They massacred their own people, and they should never be forgiven for that. Honestly, any justice we decide to dole out on them is based, actually. And you could cry about it if you don't like it. Now, this is a pretty insane development. A senior Army nuclear scientist who oversaw our nuclear arsenal has been placed on leave by Hexeth and could face criminal prosecution after being exposed by James O'Keefe. All right, so this is someone that was exposed for leaking secrets to the enemy.
A senior Army official entrusted with oversight of America's nuclear arsenal has been placed on administrative leave by the Pentagon. And
at some point, treason charges.
Prosecution.
Yeah.
Following a video sting operation by the O'Keefe Media Group, Newsmax chief Washington correspondent James Rosen is joining us now with a look at the comments caught on tape that landed this official in hot water. Good afternoon, James.
Bianca, good afternoon to you. A spokesperson for War Secretary Pete Hegseth referred Newsmax to a statement that the Army issued yesterday. It confirmed that nuclear scientist Andrew Hugg, the Army's branch chief for chemical nuclear surety, the post focused on the safety and security of the Army's chemical and nuclear weapons components, has indeed been placed on leave pending additional investigation. In a pair of meetings in noisy restaurant settings with an unidentified woman who it turns out was employed by the O'Keefe Group and who was surreptitiously recording the encounters, Hug appears to divulge classified information in a range of areas, from ongoing use of nerve agents to war planning in Iran. 2 segments of the video apparently capture Hug disclosing to his young female interlocutor at least 4 locations of underground nuclear missiles.
Unacceptable.
And critical
This is
aspects
treason,
of the
bro.
launch process under which
Treason.
they could be fired off in the event of a nuclear conflict.
So you said there's missiles underground.
This is serious. We were always trained, if a Girl Scout gives you a message, a launch message, she knocks on your door, goes, here you go, she gives you a launch message on a box of cookies, she wrote it down. If it passes all the checks, go.
On at least 2 occasions,
not
Hug
acceptable.
appears to express concern that his interlocutor could be a spy, even acknowledging out loud his own vulnerability to precisely the kind of sting operation in which he was
Not
in
remotely
fact, ensnaring
acceptable.
himself.
That's right. Well, God bless citizen journalists.
Your eyes have mesmerized me so much that I'm almost going to tell you. That's why that's the easiest way to get intelligence. Like, just send a pretty girl, talk to the guy.
That's so sweet.
You're not spying. You're not spying, though, right?
You're just powerful.
But you're not spying, right?
You're just powerful.
Right.
Hug also appears to have spoken of his work in Ukraine during...
Yeah, anyway, so you get the idea. The treason charges need to exist. Oh, but he was tricked. Fucking yes. Obviously he was tricked. No shit. Bro didn't want to commit treason, like, on camera on purpose. Dumb fucks. Yeah, but no, these people need to absolutely face consequences for this shit. Like, it's not even remotely acceptable. With great power comes great responsibility, man. Like, what are we even doing here? That's insanity. Oh my god. And you know, we only figured out that this link is a weak link because we have citizen journalists. O'Keefe, who's a citizen journalist who basically got this girl to get the info out of this guy. And it's not acceptable. Now, Pope Leo condemns the killing of protesters in Iran, according to Reuters. This is just now. Hello? The killing happened 3 months ago. Pope Leo shows up now to condemn the killing in Iran? Now, we all know the reason to this if we're actually paying attention or watching Nuxanor videos. Because I actually told you that he was going to do this. And I was right, obviously. So Pope Leo was condemning Donald Trump for killing Iranian terrorists. How dare he can kill Iranian terrorists? I know they're terrorists, but how could you kill them? They just want to live life and have sex with goats. Please, please, Mr. President, why would you kill them? Anyway, so the obvious twist here is that he never seemed to condemn Iran, you know, for the massacre of 40,000+ of their own people, their own citizens that just wanted to protest, and they massacred them in the streets. So for some interesting reason, he never condemned that. Well, now he did, obviously, so he can make the argument, well, I condemn both sides. Now, again, I've covered this before, and we don't need to get into details, but there is a reason why I'm doing this. Pope Leo condemning the protesters in Iran just means that the tide is shifting, and morally, the world is waking up and realizing that Trump killing these fuckers is actually a really good thing, all right? Aside from the fact that it is in our benefit, and I think our policy needs to be in our benefit in general. I am America first, through and through. When it comes to American policy, we need to always be operating in our own best interest. However, aside from that, morally, we are doing a good thing by getting rid of these pedophile, massacring, dipshit terrorists that have been committing acts of terror across the world. Now, this is Mother Miriam. I don't know her. However, she's been dropping truth nukes on the Pope, right? There seems to be something of a uprising from within the Catholic Church, recognizing that some people in the church are plants, right? You know, the Democrats just recently exposed funding like KKK organizations to make believe they hate racism. It seems like there is some sort of infiltration going on in the Catholic Church. I'm not surprised about this, because you see it everywhere. You see, like, the LGBT pastors, the LGBT rabbis, you know, like, all these guys, you know, intruding in people's faiths to manipulate them. So this is not surprising to me.
Me sick. The Vatican Library would allow Muslim scholars to pray in a designated room with a prayer rug. Why would they allow Satan into the Vatican Library?
That's a pretty good question, Mother.
That's insane. It's very dangerous that he's carrying on Pope Francis's agenda, and it's my concern is that souls, many more souls, are not going to learn the truth, and they will be sent to hell.
Yeah, so it's pretty wild. There seems to be some sort of pretty crazy, I would say, infighting going on, but people realizing that there's something suspicious happening. There is some sort of evil infiltration going on. Now, this is one of the most heartbreaking videos you're ever going to see. I'll just... Like,
Lisa speaks first.
this is a Christian in Nigeria. I was asleep at night when we heard gunshots. I'll just translate it in case people are just listening to the audio. I tried to wake my husband, but he would not wake up. My baby was breastfeeding at the time. I tried to wake my husband, but he didn't respond. When they entered our house, they began to shake the door. When they couldn't open it, they used a knife to cut it and found the latch. These are the Christians getting massacred by Islamists in Nigeria, by the way. You know, the thing that no one seems to care about, even though we're really mad for some reason that Trump is killing terrorists in Iran. Anyway, they came in and found me breastfeeding my baby of 10 months. They seized the baby and sliced him in two with a knife. After that, they shot my husband and pierced him with a knife. The second child heard my scream and woke, and they split his head with a machete. They turned on me, and they raised their knife. I used my hand to block their strike. That is how they cut my hand, but the knife got part of my head. They also struck my eldest son, but he survived after treatment in the hospital. This is the life of Christians in Nigeria right now. The thing that, for some reason, no one seems to care about in the media. No one in the media, none of the libtards, the Pope, barely, he made like one little condemnation statement about this, and then 4,000 about Trump. All right, but like, this is unbelievable. All right, like, people are starting to really take issue with this entire messaging, you know? So Tucker Carlson, for the record, a guy who's like super, you know, he's super Christian, and he hates Israel because Israel is mean to Christians. That's his narrative. He says that the Christian genocide in Nigeria is a hoax. All right? Like, you don't understand, bro. He said this multiple times. He said, oh, there is no Christians getting killed by Muslims in Nigeria. Oh, that's ridiculous.
But he's all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, deeply concerned about the plight of Christians in Nigeria, which I want to
He's referring to Trump, because Trump actually saved many Christians in Nigeria.
restate. Maybe a totally valid concern, I don't know. But
I don't really know if that's a real concern to be concerned for Christians in Nigeria. What's wrong with the Christians in Nigeria? The Muslims also respect Jesus.
that's weird. What is that? All of a sudden, everybody's concerned about people
What is that? Why are we concerned about the Christians in Nigeria?
who clearly have no track record of being interested in Christians at all, including Ted Cruz. What is going on? But
why do people who seem to not care about Christians suddenly care when tens of thousands of them are being massacred in the streets? Like, again, are we being serious here? Who's falling for this psyop? This, like, Islamist psyop? Like, what are we even doing? Israel is mean to Christians. What? But there's a bit of a hoax in Nigeria. Like, unbelievable, bro. And people are seeing it. The Tucker Carlson favorability rating is 28% favorable, 50% unfavorable. That's pretty fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit insane. Now, you have to understand, this 28% favorable, this isn't even 28% on the right. This is probably, if I had to guesstimate, probably like 18% on the right, or 20% on the right, and then 18% on, like, the Islamic left. That is probably where this 28% shows up. You know, and it's insane. It's insane how he was one of the most beloved media figures of all time, and I don't know what happened to him, but all of a sudden he's just shilling this Islamist propaganda, and it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Now, Reza Pahlavi is the crown prince of Iran. He was almost killed, in my opinion. He was attacked in Berlin. You know, he has all the security. Right, everyone's saying, like, you know, God bless you and stuff like that, because he's fighting for the Iranian people that have been oppressed by this Islamic regime. It's pretty weird how wherever you have Islamic regimes, you end up massacres of civilians. It's pretty weird. It's probably a coincidence. And, you know, someone threw paint at him. Or worse. You know, and more people keep attacking him. right? You see everyone with the Iranian flags with the lion. That's fighting for the people to rise up and overthrow the regime. Then you get a couple of dipshits attacking him. Like, that's crazy. It's insane that it was able to even get that close. And it's the woke Islamo-fascists that are destroying Europe, for sure. Absolutely. Now, to understand, the man who attacked Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi in Berlin is the guy named Pedram Hussein Monfared, the son of an IRGC official. He is literally the son of one of the Islamic terrorists that are oppressing the Iranian people. And for some reason, this dude's in Berlin, there to attack the exiled prince of Iran. If that's not fucking perfect, I don't know what is. That's just insane. Now, Reza Pahlavi had a lot of things to say. This is what he had to say about the Western media and the coverage of this entire Iran war, because if you actually look at Western media, they hate Trump so much, they end up supporting the radical Islamic terrorists that massacre their own people.
Reconnect to the streets of Iran. It appears to me, more often than not, that there is a disconnect between the world media, Western media, from the reality on the grounds in Iran. That is stupefying for me. I saw that to some extent in Stockholm, and I see another occasion. It looks like you guys are on another planet. You're not hearing what the people on the streets are saying.
Yeah, what's going on? It looks like you guys are on another planet. I don't understand. You guys are like the poor Iranians when the terrorists get killed and the Iranian people are getting freed. What is going on with you people? You know, and he's just right. He's completely right. You know, they try to hit him with all sorts of like gotcha questions as much as they can. All right, this is a guy in Berlin asking Reza Pahlavi if he's a Mossad operative.
Oh, okay. Now I see.
I have a personal question, since we can see outside that you're here with the help of the lobby group Europe-Israel Press Association. The Israeli government supports you taking over in Iran, and the same government, that's the same government that started a war of aggression against your country with the US. So
it's not a war against his country. It's a war against the Islamic regime that's been occupying their country. Like, these people are all fucking retards. Like, these woke people, like, they're supporting the Islamic fascists that are massacring the protesters on the streets in Iran.
So many people around the world think that you are an Israeli asset. Are you?
Of course not. But
first of all, a fucking disgusting question to ask in general of a guy fighting on behalf of his people that is being oppressed. Just a gross question in general. But anyway.
I'm a friend to Israel and the Jews, and I tell you why. Because again, as a descendant of Cyrus the Great, we take pride of the fact that the very cornerstone of human rights happened at the time that Cyrus the Great, through his cylinder, which is displayed worldwide, that is referred to in the whole of nations as the United Nations, was what coined the very principles of liberty when he freed the Jewish slaves in Babylon and helped them rebuild their temples in Jerusalem. Iranians and Jews have a biblical relationship. In fact, the only two countries that can claim that. In modern history, Iran wasn't the only country in the Middle East that harbored Jews that were escaping Hitler and his regime.
Now, you wonder why all of these radical Islamist retards fucking hate the Islamic regime. And you wonder why Trump actually is more than happy to topple this Islamic regime, aside from the fact that they are a threat to us with their nukes, with their assassination attempts against Trump, is because, and you'll notice if you just basically look at the geopolitics, you have Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, you have Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, they're all working together with us and with Israel right now against Iran. If you want to actually understand what's going on, Iran has started almost every conflict in the Middle East. All right, killed way more Muslims than Jews did, by the way, for those of you paying attention. They went to civil wars in Syria. They've killed Christians everywhere in the Middle East. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they're all proxies of Iran. The truth of the matter is, everyone's really afraid that, wait a second, what if Iran and Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Syria and Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and Israel are all kind of buddies? What happens if that happens? Well, that means that the Ummah, the radical Islamists, fucking failed in their gigantic chaos orgy trying to destroy the world. So you'll have these Islamo-fascist woke dipshits in Germany asking him if he's an Israeli asset because he wants to make peace with his neighbors in the Middle East. Like the irony is, we could be seeing such a fundamental world peace under Trump that they hate it. They absolutely hate it, and they're trying to undermine it. They want Iran and Israel to be at war. They want all these different nations to fucking hate each other so that the CIA could do their gay fucking coups all over the place. They want to make Trump look like the bad guy for killing Islamic terrorists, and all these retards like Tucker Carlson that is huffing the Islamic fumes these days is doing their absolute best to push that shit. Iran was never a Muslim country. It wasn't. It's occupied right now. And the radical Islamists are terrified of the Iranian people actually being free of their oppression because, well, then they lose their one little religious fanatic state of terror. It's so fucking obvious if you pay attention. It's insane. Breaking, the Islamic Republic has begged the Americans to resume talks in Islamabad tomorrow, which is Saturday. And breaking news update, Iran's foreign minister is on his way to Pakistan tonight. Things keep changing. This is insane, and this is because of the blockade. All right, it's because at first they were trying to extend the ceasefire, and Trump was like, sure, no problem. And they're like, ho, ho, ho. Oh, Taco, Trump always chickens out. He'll extend the ceasefire. What a pussy. And then he's like, and we're going to blockade your ass. And now they're begging to end the ceasefire. Well, anyway, this ends one of two ways. You either submit completely and surrender totally, unconditionally, or you fucking die. All right, winning wars is based, actually. And honestly, the Middle East under Trump might actually become a peaceful, prosperous place instead of a terrorist sandbox of infinite wars and battles poked and prodded by radical Islamists. And as I've always said, I way prefer peace through strength than wars through weakness. Of the Biden era. Gigantic pussy sitting there and letting countries tear each other apart because you're too much of a dick and balls to do anything about it. Now, Trump actually dropped a truth nuke on Indians yesterday, and everyone's talking about it. So, to give you some context, Vivek Ramaswamy is a right-wing candidate for governor of Ohio, and he seems like a pretty nice guy, all things considered, except when it comes to nationalism, he really, really tries very hard to be like, we are all American equally, and we are all American patriots. And it's like, we all share American values. Do we, though? Anyway, so he made this statement at Turning Point USA or something, I think, or UREFI, I don't know. I think it's a Turning Point event. And he had this to say, and a lot of people are talking about it. Before I show you Trump going off on Indians, you have to see this one.
Ronald Reagan understood.
Because he's as based as Indian people get in America. He seems like a very nice guy, all things considered.
This well to some of our, let's just say, parents who are in the back. Okay, we'll address Ronald Reagan from your generation. He understood this well. He famously said, right, you can travel to Italy, but you would never be an Italian. You can travel to France, but you'll never be a Frenchman. You can live in Germany, but you would never be a German. You can pack your bags and live the rest of your life in China or Japan, and you will never be Chinese or Japanese.
So far, so good. By the way, he's totally right about all these things.
But you can travel from any one of those countries to establish roots in the United States of America, and you can still be an American so long as you work hard, you play by the rules, you make your contributions, wait your turn, pledge allegiance to the flag, and obtain your citizenship in the right way. That is America.
Yeah, so, nice message. Ronald Reagan was definitely cooking with that one, but when it's repeated here, there is a elephant in the room that is not being addressed, and that is that immigration under Ronald Reagan is not the same as immigration now. First of all, there was no third world immigration under Ronald Reagan. That's literally just first and foremost. Second of all, the people that were immigrating under Ronald Reagan that were coming into America, they were 90% white Christians, all right? There were people that came from very similar backgrounds as the Native American people, and by Native Americans, I mean the people that founded the country of America. And the third point that I want to make, and this is the most important, America wasn't a welfare state. Right now, there's this idea of, well, I come from a shithole in Pakistan. I'm going to come to America and get free shit that the white people are going to give me. All right, and that idea did not exist in the time of Reagan. So under Reagan, this speech is a banger. Under the modern day idea of immigration, which is take infinite retards from the third world that contribute nothing and are parasites on the country, that we don't really need them to be here, but they get to take free shit from us. They get to make little voting blocks and consolidate power and elect officials that have their own ethnic first interest in mind. That is not what Reagan was talking about at all, actually. And the other fundamental question here is, I get it. You travel to Italy, you never be Italian. You go to France, you never be a Frenchman. You live in Germany, you never be a German. Pack your bags, live in China or Japan, never be a Chinese and Japanese person. But anyone can be American. That's basically saying that, well, actually, being an American means nothing. Being Italian means something. Being French means something. Being German means something. Being Japanese or Chinese means something. But being American really means absolutely nothing. Being American is just a piece of paper. Being American is a cultural idea. I'm not even saying it's genetic. It's cultural. Working hard is not American culture. A culture cannot be defined by a sentence, and it most certainly is real. It's ironic that, this speech doesn't include mention of God. It's ironic that, honestly, what makes America the greatest country on the planet is the fact that it's built off of biblical values and doctrine. And that is not mentioned in this speech at all. And some people, wherever they come from, do not uphold that same cultural value system. Hassan Piker, you'd think that he's super American. He was born in America. He's from Turkey, but he grew up in America. He lived in America for a very long time. He's out there on podcasts advocating for stealing, looting, and murdering people in the streets that you don't like. Supporting every Islamic terror organization you could possibly think. He absolutely hates and detests America. He goes out there, he goes home after a long day of work, threatening to murder people and sicking his audience on people to torture his dog. Well, I would argue he works hard. He donates to charity, probably. I would not argue that makes him an American. So the obvious elephant in this room is the fact that Vivek Ramaswamy very, very much is like, I am just American as you. And this is something that people are noticing a lot. So Donald Trump made this post, and it changed everything, all right? I don't even know how I'm supposed to read this, but he made this post, and everything changed. Because let's just say it's massive. It's a massive tone shift on everything you've ever seen. He dropped a fucking novel on Twitter, all right? Welcome to Savage Nation. Today's brief abbreviated discussion about the arguments that I've listened before the Supreme Court about birthright citizenship. I was somewhat incensed by listening to the arguments because all I heard was the legalese being banded back and forth. Quite noticeable to me was that the person bringing the arguments in favor of flooding America with illegal aliens to change the demographics forever was a Chinese American who looks to me like the classic ACLU attorney. Very smart, very evil, and very devious. Holy shit. The ACLU is the head of the snake. They have been forever, and they were, again, trying to turn America into a cesspool. We all know these arguments should not be conducted by the abstract of a courtroom. This is not really about law. This is about public opinion. Now I can start arguing about the Constitution itself, and I'll run into a stone wall with you. We can't modify the Constitution because it's written in stone, and if we do, they'll take away our First and Second Amendment, which is what they would do. True, by the way. So that's the problem. The Constitution was written before air travel. Needless to say, before television, before the internet, before radio. And you could say, how relevant are some of these arguments when the people are coming here by airplane in the 9th month of their pregnancy? A baby here becomes an instant citizen, and they bring the entire family from China or India or some other hellhole on the planet. Oh my God, he's actually asking the India question. Yeah, this is a nuke, by the way. Trump has never, ever done this before. You don't have to go too far to see that. English is not spoken here anymore. There's almost no loyalty to this country amongst the migrants class coming in today, which is not always the case. True, by the way. Nope, they're not like the European Americans of today and their ancestors. The Irish integrated, the Italians integrated, the Polish integrated, the Lithuanians, the Romanians, the Russians, they all integrated and became Americans in the melting pot. The idea of the melting pot is long over. It is now just cash in the pot. Oh my God, he's so right. It's the welfare state. All right, so many people want to move to America to get free shit from the natives. Right? We've gone from a melting pot to a chamber pot. As I said many years ago, you don't have to go any further than any city in America to see what this has wrought upon our country. So to listen to these very wise, smart lawyers arguing in the abstract as to whether birthright citizenship should apply to anyone born here, no matter who their parents are, where their parents are from, is ludicrous to me. Which is why I put a poll on my social channels where I said birthright citizenships should be subjected to a national vote, not put in the hands of lawyers. Let the people decide, probably. They're also abusing it. I used to be a great supporter. Oh wait, I think hold up. Oh my God, he wrote this in like an unreadable way. Holy shit. Oh my God. He wrote this in let the citizens decide. Of course I knew how it would go because I know what the people think. It's 80-20. Yes, of course we should have a national referendum on this. In California we have propositions rigged elections, and gay people, as they are people who get a chance to vote on certain propositions, then we vote against what the governor wants or what the vermin who run the state want, then find a cockamamie SCLU lawyer to overturn our vote anyway, which is where revolutions arise. Because no longer can we take any more of this shit. I don't like getting vulgar, but I can't help it anymore. The country has been stolen from us by these effing lawyers. Shakespeare had it right. I didn't like listening to all of their fine arguments without talking about the realities in place and how this has become a bankrupt welfare nation. There is article after article about the abuse of the welfare system in state California. A great one today in the California Post. You actually would not believe the extent of fraud in this state. Oh my God. And a good portion of it is being conducted by immigrant front groups, all protected by the ACLU, which is the most dangerous criminal organization in the history of America. They've done more damage to this nation than all mafia families put together in my unhumble opinion. Gangsters with laptops, they've robbed us blind, treated us like second-class citizens, let the third world triumph, stepped on our flag, etc. So again, birthright citizenship is the question. I can't take much more. I woke up and saw what was going on, and I said, I am really glad that I could watch this. First, they made an issue of Trump showing up like it was illegal for the president of the United States to witness this, when it turns out they said, oh, he's there to bully them. Actually, they said... Oh my God. Actually, they said, as we studied this, there was actually a chair put in there by the Founding Fathers of the Supreme Court for a president to sit in, so Trump is an activist president. That was no good either. Whatever he does is no good. Earlier, when I saw this was going on and listened to the snake from the LCAU, Mrs. Wong, Attorney Wong. She speaks so eloquently. Supreme Court arguments are just legal tricksters. I wrote about fighting each other. Our nation is being overrun with Chinese coming in just to drop a baby on our shores. Bring the entire family. How about some common sense in a bankrupt nation? ACLU Attorney Wong is pushing to destroy our national identity, turn us into a colony of China, and it's not limited to China. It's also India. They're also abusing it. I used to be a great supporter of Indians in India until I opened my eyes to what was going on here. White men need not apply to jobs in the state of California, never mind in high tech. I don't care what your qualifications are. You're not getting a job at high tech in California. So, for the record, there's two issues here. Another issue is not just the fact that, where they're hiring cheap labor from overseas to take all the jobs, but as AI rolls in and these people will lose their jobs, we're just going to have a whole generation of unemployed Indian people in America. It's pretty wild. Your chances are nil. You have to be from India or China because almost all the internal mechanisms are said to be run by Indians and Chinese. I know it for a fact that you don't have to argue it. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't argue with me. I ask you if you agree with me. I know the answer already. I see it on X. Simple question. Birthright citizenship. Should birthright citizenship be subject to a national vote? Not put in the hands of lawyers? Should the citizens decide it's running 78 to 21? Admittedly, it's a small sample. Admittedly, it's a biased sample. Okay, but watching Supreme Court arguments made me very disturbed because we can't leave it to a handful of lawyers to decide the future of our nation. He's so fucking right about this. There's a very famous case, I think it was Stonewall Jackson, who after the Supreme Court ruled about the Cherokee removal, he disagreed with what the Supreme Court said, and he said, now that the court has decided, let them enforce. Meaning, he said, go screw yourselves. True, by the way. The courts can say whatever they want, but you ultimately need the enforcement of the nation to actually be active, right? In order to enforce whatever the gay lawyers decide. I hold all the power with the military. That's what he said to the Supreme Court. Then sure, let them come. Let them drop a baby in the 9-month on the doorstep and turn him into an instant citizen and bring in all the ancestors in India and from China. Sure, bring them all in if that's what happens, which is what I see what's gonna happen. Then I think we need a Jackson as president. I don't mean Kataji Jackson. We need someone to stand up to these lawyers. They've destroyed our nation. He's true. It's the lawyer cartel, the judge cartel. Unbelievable what's going on in my nation and my state. The corrupt state of California, where fraud is so rampant that even the Democrats are screaming about it. Even the Democrats are screaming about it. That's my piece on birthright citizenship here in Savage Nation. I don't see anyone giving you a cognate argument in favor of illegal immigrants dropping babies off on the shore. Of course, you're going to get racists who say it was okay with European Americans. Okay, fine. Yeah, I know all the appointees are compromised only. There are a few hardcore conservative Americans on there, and the reason they do it is quite simple, because the legal profession is a closed circuit. Also true, by the way. They all work in their own world, and they don't want to be excluded from the events that legal people have with each other. It's the lawyers of ACLU have destroyed the nation. They've always on the side of the criminal, not the cop. The criminal, not the victim. The illegal alien, not the legal citizen. The ACLU is a gangster criminal organization. I for years told you how this could be done, and I don't know, and I still don't know why Trump hasn't done it. He's gone after every other national enemy, for God's sake. He's at war with Iran right now. I would say that the ACLU has done damage to this nation, more damage to this nation than Iran has ever done directly to this nation on a honestly true. The ACLU has done more damage to our borders, language, culture than Iran has done. The ACLU and their cockamamie lawyers have done more damage to America than mullahs in Iran have done to this nation. Why can't they be taken down under the RICO statutes? I've studied it. Racketeering, influence, corruption, organization. That's ACLU by definition. Where 3 or more people conspire, that's all they do. Conspire with money from Soros and other enemies of the state to bring this nation down and turn us into an unrecognizable cesspool reminiscent of the worst third world dictatorships. Break the ACLU and RICO statutes. President Trump, please. I don't think that's gonna happen. They're all afraid of them. I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. That's one of the opinions on the issue of birthright citizenship. What does diversity mean anymore? Have you been to an emergency room at least recently? I have. See how it's treated in the ER room, like the Tower of Babel. They're milking the system dry. If one of them gets a runny nose, 15 come running, and they get $100,000 of treatment for doing nothing. You ever see your bills after going to the ER room for a cut finger? You say, how could it be $30,000 for a cut finger? Who do you think is paying for the illegal aliens who are in hospitals? President Trump, one last appeal to you today. Please bust the ACLU under RICO statutes before there's nothing left of this nation to save. Honest to God, truth nuke, literally. And Donald Trump reposted it. He is schmooving, ladies and gentlemen, schmooving. Trump is addressing the Indian question, and y'all are blackpilling. La 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 from the Hindu American Foundation, saying, we are deeply disturbed by President. I'm sorry. We are deeply disturbed by President of the United States sharing this hateful, racist screed targeting Indian and Chinese Americans. Endorsing such rants as the President of the United States will further stoke hatred and endanger our communities. At a time of xenophobia, racism, already at all-time high. My guy, there are like virtually no hate crimes against Chinese or Muslims or Indians in America. It's not a real thing. Literally. Holy shit. Oh, how dare you engage in rational discourse? It'll make someone mad at someone else. Literally, fuck yourself. We ask Donald Trump to reconsider, delete the post, recognize the indelible contribution Asian Americans to our great country. Now, the truth is, Asian Americans, I think, did enhance our country in certain ways, to be fair. But I think we have too many Indians in Texas. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why they're all here. I'm not gonna lie. They're great. Make India great again, man. So Ted Liu, all right, says, dear White House, I Chinese American. I read Donald Trump, racist post bro. Please tell Donald Trump I say, fuck you. Yeah, anyway, we really care about that. That obviously is going to make a difference. Now, the pushback is getting pretty heavy and hairy against these guys. As you can see, this post has 100,000 likes, and it's just a guy who's tired of Indians.
So check this out. So I get all these spam calls from this, on this phone number all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of them, right?
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've created a script in JitBit. What this is going to do is it's going to call them back, right? It's going to wait for them to answer.
Thank you for calling Express Florida.
It's going to interact with the prompts automatically. And when they answer,
brutal.
It's going to play Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up.
Yeah, that's right, baby. And then it just plays the Rickroll. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
He hung up. But see, what you don't know...
And he hung up.
See, what you don't know
It
about
gets
the
better.
script, though, is that I have it on repeat. It's a zero loop integer I put in here.
That's right.
So it's going to keep calling them back.
Infinitely.
Over and over. It's going to keep doing this forever. Until they're forced to block by phone number.
And then you don't get the scam calls anymore. Truly the 9/11 of India. Honestly insane. Oh my God. Now, the crazy thing is, people start realizing that being Canadian is just a humiliation ritual at this point. You know, they imported, like, so here's fighting between Indians yelling unintelligible things inside the legislative, this is the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. Like,
oh yeah.
Bruh. I'm nothing against these people. I'm just wondering why we need to import so many of them. They've taken over our governments. Like, dog, what are we doing here? This is like completely not necessary for the safety and sanctity of our nations, you know? Like, I'm just noticing. Look at this, bro. It's crazy. It just doesn't stop. just screaming at each other in the parliament. Like, what are we even doing here? All right, we got Indian people attacking Tyler Oliveira wherever he goes now because he made a couple of anti-India videos.
Wait, why are you coming up on me? What's going on? What's going on here?
What are you doing there? What's your name?
I can't walk across.
What are you doing?
Tyler.
Don't try to show me from you. Don't try
Yeah,
to.
I am not from this country, but I am going to explain to you why you're not allowed to film in public and why you should leave. Like, oh my God!
Smart.
I'm not trying to be smart. You're trying to be smart.
But don't touch.
All right, then get away from me then.
But then put this off. Put this off.
No, I'm not
Put
doing.
this
I'm not
off.
going
You
to.
are going to.
No, I'm not
You
going
are
to.
going
No,
to.
I'm not.
I am telling you what to do. You are going to obey me.
Yes.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
You're going to.
All right, he's already calling the shots here. Says I'm going to start. No,
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is the shots being called. Now, Tyler Oliveira made an entire, like, hour and 12-minute long video. Oh my God. Hour and 12-minute long video on the Indian invasion into Texas. We're not going to watch it, but I'll show you the intro. And also, why are none of them wearing shoes?
This is Frisco, Texas, a once quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
Where are you from?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
South India.
I'm an H1B.
Now, and Indians they tend to be really nice people, but we're importing millions of them. And they do not share our culture. Well, let's just say that we have different standards when it comes to things like hygiene, for example.
Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, motherland India.
Obviously.
So why are you here? Bro!
Obviously, motherland India.
Oh my God! So why are you here? Bro, this is fucking crazy. See, and that's why when Vivek Ramaswamy shows up, and he really tries to hit you with the, like, everyone is American, unlike Chinese and Japanese and Indian and all these other places where you can't be those cultures, but you can be American if you're just here and you work hard. Well, a lot of these Indians are working hard. But would you say that these people are American when they'll be like, oh yeah, I definitely prefer motherland India over here. I just prefer not having shit everywhere, I guess, probably. Are we being serious?
As the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the
33% of the population
since the year 2000, many Texans are outraged, declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? Is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air? I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors.
We need more or less H-1B people here?
We need a lot less.
Why?
Yeah, H-1Bs, that's the visa program that basically says, hey, you can come to our country if you work. And you do some menial labor.
I got laid off 20 years ago. I worked in IT. I have 2 master's degrees. I was making over $100,000 a year. They said, you're
Well, why pay someone $100,000 if you could just hire someone from India and pay them 20 grand?
too expensive. We're going to hire Indian. But I haven't been able to find a job in IT since, and it's really sad.
And you know what? I don't have another home in India. I don't have another home in Bangladesh. I don't have another home. I can't move to Somalia. I won't be able to live there. I'll die. This is my home. The devil would say, well, you're racist. That's racist. According to the devil's dictionary definition of the term, I am racist.
There's been a takeover in Frisco of the Indian population and a lot of...
Like, yeah, you could call me racist, but I'm literally starving and dying, can't get a job, and I'm being outpriced from my own neighborhood. Like, you call me racist, but I'm dying here. So at some point, your pejoratives don't matter. I don't care what you call me. And I, for the record, am not racist against Indians at all. I think Indians happen to be very nice people. I have, like, really good experiences in the past with Indian people in general. I really think they should make India great. You know, I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. You know, they should really make India, like, a beautiful, glorious, great place, and I hope it's super prosperous. You know, I'm rooting for you guys against Pakistan that's constantly fucking with you, I'll be real, and you know, keep making, make India great or something, man. Maybe chill out with the spam calls and shit. But, like, why are you here? Why are you here if every single person that's here is like, oh, yeah, we love motherland India so much more. We're only here to take away the opportunity from the white man. It's so much better for all of us. And then the H-1B scams, essentially, they'll hire these people for low pay. They'll treat them badly, and they'll stay here anyway, and they'll work for you. It is evil. It is an evil scam. All right? We are having our country being radically ripped apart. And, you know, part of the scam is then they'll get pregnant, then they'll have kids, and the kids... boom, birthright citizenship, they'll be just as American as me and you. So this H-1B visa, these like little tiny itty bitty details, bro, Trump was right with this one. He fucking crashed the fuck out, but he was absolutely correct. He dropped a truth nuke that people are not willing to engage in these discussions because it's like, well, why do you hate Indians? I don't hate Indians. I just think that they should be in India. And I'm not even saying that no Indians assimilate. I'm sure some do. Vivek Ramaswamy seems like a pretty decent guy, all things considered. But they do not share our culture. They do not share our value system. They do not share, honestly, our God. Unfortunately, I hope they find him. And being American is not a piece of fucking paper. So you're blackpilling? Donald Trump is engaging in the Indian question and you're blackpilling? Hating on Muslims is easy. You know, they keep raping and killing people. But like hating on Indians? Oh, that's when you're actually getting somewhere. That's when you're becoming based. This is what the Democrats did to us, man. This is immigration into America over the last couple of years. Every one of these dots represents 100 people. So just to understand exactly what's going on and what opening the borders actually means, this is what they've done. This is only in 2022. This is 2023. This is 2024. Yeah, brutal. That's over 4 years. Just think about how insane that is, man. It's actually national suicide because these people are not us. And oh my God, are you a far-right conspiracy theorist believing in the Great Replacement theory? Brother, it's the Great Replacement fact. Holy shit. Now, Brandon Gill is a congressman. He's been pretty based. He let us be aware that of American Muslims, 50% support banning depictions of Muhammad. That is a violation of the First Amendment. 50% of them do not believe in the First Amendment. Why are they fucking here, man? 46% support the formation of a Muslim political party. Well, that's great. That means they're conquering. All right, 39% support implementing Sharia law in America, which means they just completely throw everything about our country out the window. All right, they view us as savages, then they want to throw every single part of our culture out the window. Look, man, your countries are shitholes for a reason, and it's because the culture is made of people. All right, now, Senator Schumer dropped a beautiful line today.
Adding $140 billion to an agency that nobody, to two groups, Border Patrol and ICE, that nobody respects in this country.
It's disgusting, man. Nobody respects Border Patrol and ICE. If everyone that doesn't respect it, it's because of a Democrat op, okay? Because under Obama, everyone respected Border Patrol and ICE. So this is disgusting. It really is. And it's just more retards, more woke dipshits trying, the woke Jews, bro. The woke Jews are controlling the fucking retards in America. It's crazy. And Donald Trump responded, wow, crying Chuck Schumer just said the whole world to hear. Nobody respects Border Patrol or ICE. This is one of the most egregious, incorrect, unpatriotic, dangerous statements I've ever heard from a professional politician. He must immediately apologize to these great patriots. And I mean now, President Donald J. Trump. And honestly, he's right. You know, honestly, this is a statement made by someone that hates America, that doesn't view being American as worth something, that doesn't value our country at all, because if we have no borders, then we have no country, all right? And this is basically what he's saying. Now, Ilhan Omar is panicking, all right? She dissolved her entire wine business recently. Somali rep Ilhan Omar refused to show up for a Minnesota fraud hearing to answer questions about her involvement in the massive Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. She's panicking. She's actually going to end up going to jail. Like, it actually is happening. You know, we bitch about it, we scream about it, but it is happening. She will either be going to jail or getting deported. She's like actually done. She's cooked. She's donezo. All right, and dude, you have to see the Democrat debate. You have to see the debate in California. This is California debate for the next governor or something. It's one of the most humiliation ritual things I've ever seen in my life. You get a bunch of these libtards in the room together, and they all have to sit there and debate. Well, I actually want to kill our nation by importing Muslims that want to rape us. Well, I just want to open the border, and whoever comes in, comes in. Well, I want mandatory butt sex in every school and college. Right? You know, it's essentially what we're dealing with, bro. So, anywho, you have to see what these dipshits are doing. Like, the entire American population is a decade ahead of this discussion. Like, every politician is a fossil right now, and they are not ready for the comeuppance that they're about to get.
Mr. Steyer, where do you draw the line on this? Should language proficiency for truckers be strictly enforced, even if it means that some of them will probably lose their jobs? You have 60 seconds.
Look, all right, so this is the question. Should truckers be able to read the street signs? I think that's a pretty simple one.
I agree with what was said, which is we don't know the context of this stop. But what I can say is this. Racial profiling is illegal. And in fact, picking on people based on the color of their skin in the
I don't care what color your skin is. You should be able to read the fucking street signs.
State of California is
so it's discrimination. So
illegal.
It is illegal This is crazy. Should language proficiency for truck drivers be strictly enforced? Tom Steyer, racial profiling is illegal. Holy fucking shit. The left is literally like, well, listen, man, I don't want the Muslims to rape us, but I do want the Indians to run us over on the streets. Like, what are we doing? This is the most humiliating. This is like an actual humiliation ritual. All right, so here's Porter. Here's the next one.
Do you believe that English proficiency, language proficiency should be strictly enforced for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
I would absolutely fight the Trump administration because the job of the California governor is to protect Californians.
Oh, my
and
God.
Right now, that includes protecting them from Donald Trump.
What about protecting them from drivers that can't speak English and can't read the street signs?
Protecting Californians also includes enforcing traffic laws. And we've seen sometimes a need for oversight in California. For example, we have seen that the Department of Motor Vehicles was not enforcing rules around DUIs and drivers who had convictions for that. I am stunned that Mr. Bianco would say to Black and brown Californians and immigrants who are being terrorized and racially profiled that you have to get over racism. It's not something that you get over. It's something that you fight.
No, you get over it.
He doesn't understand
you get
the
over it,
importance
bro.
of that. He has no business representing a state with the diversity of California.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Bianco, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond.
Yeah, again, that's not even close to what I said. What I said is we're Californians, and I'm speaking for them, especially from law enforcement. When I deal with persons of color every single day, Californians are absolutely sick and tired of our politicians making race the basis of everything. It is not. And this racial divide that they are pushing.
This is the one Republican, by the way.
Enforcement and the public, or Democrat and Republican, absolutely has to stop. And I'm telling you, we are sick of it.
Yeah, so this is the one Republican that's actually running for governor in the sea of Democrats, all right? And he's like, yeah, I actually don't care what race you are. Just if you can't read, you shouldn't be on the road. And she's like, I am sickened by you. I am sickened. There is racism, discrimination. Now, I have a truth nuke. I think discrimination is awesome, actually. So this is Xavier Becerra. Here's the next fucking retard.
Should the CHP be giving English proficiency tests to truck drivers? And if not, would you as governor push back against the Trump administration on this policy? You have 60 seconds.
I would definitely push back on the Trump administration on, again, a reckless policy. I would make sure that that officer understands that he cannot discriminate against any driver without having a...
My God, this has nothing to do with the race. This has to do with the ability to speak English. I'm telling you, these people are like actually fucking retarded. Democrats be like, well, I'm trying to come up with new ways that migrants could rape you. I'm really trying to work really hard on figuring out how to get migrants to rape you more effectively. You know, we're coming up with new technology on how migrants can rape you.
basis to do so. I understood a little bit of what that individual was trying to say. I couldn't see the signs, but it certainly sounded like he was trying to describe what that particular sign was trying to represent. And
yeah, and so he shouldn't be driving.
so we have to be very careful that we're not profiling consumers in California, drivers in California.
Huge L. Racial discrimination is based, actually. These people are fucking retarded. Like, I'm so tired of this shit, man. I'm not saying that some races are superior to other races. That is not even what I am implying right now. But discrimination is awesome, actually. It helps you survive. You know, we're really in a catch-22 situation. On the one hand, we're not allowed to acknowledge that specific populations are more violent than others. On the other hand, you have to watch your back when you're around specific populations. But this is retarded. Look, man, if I saw a Muslim guy screaming Allahu Akbar in a bus, and I saw a Christian man saying Christ is King in a bus, I know which one would scare me more. You know, I'm just being realistic here. Discrimination is fucking awesome. It helps you survive, all right? You discriminate what food you want to eat. You discriminate what clothes you decide to wear, and you should be discriminating exactly in regards to if you see a guy that, you know, likely can't speak English, if you should check if he can speak English before he drives. And it's insane, and they're all like this, all right? So this is the next one. Tim Waltz talking about fraud in California on Jimmy Kimmel.
In all of this is this these multiple cases of benefits fraud that were happening. Now, I want to ask you, did it take an extraordinary long time for you to know that that was happening? No. Is that just something that has been
no, because he was probably involved.
Spread?
It happens in other states. We were going back to many of these people were prosecuted in 2021. He used it as an excuse because it was a perfect thing to do to say there was fraud. Imagine that. You know, coming from this guy, he would know fraud where it was at.
Yeah.
So used it to.
He's like Sigmund fraud.
Yeah. demonize the immigrant community, especially the Somali community, and I said what he was doing.
Yeah, where 85% of them are on welfare and where most of them can't speak English. Yeah, I would demonize them. Yeah, based.
Is the programs in Minnesota. Look, we are a generous state. We're also like.
We're so generous. We take your taxpayer dollars and we give them to Somali pirates. We're so generous. And dude, they're all like this, man. So this is Detroit. You can't even make this up. This is one of my favorite clips of all time.
It's not only a theft to the fire hydrant, but it's a theft to our
This, by the way, happened today. Everything I'm showing you today happened within the last 24 hours.
citizens, our residents, our firefighters, and in public safety in general. It's totally unacceptable. Fire hydrants are a very important part of our infrastructure. And no matter how fast we get to a fire, if we don't have an operable fire hydrant, it takes seconds and even minutes away from us.
People are stealing the fire hydrants, and they're not punishing the people, but they're doing like these PSA, these gay fucking PSAs.
Maybe saving lives.
The problem is whoever's doing this is doing multiple hydrants in a row. So when DFD shows up, they're not going to have a hydrant within 600.
Oh my gosh, maybe arrest the criminals or something. Like, dude, it's this most pathetic shit of all time. All right, so this is Michigan Democrats, and they're all like this, man.
We will have Rep. Goal move to report House Bill 5425
All right, what's
with
the bill?
recommendation. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Just understand, the House Bill 5425 is prohibiting employment of registered sex offenders at businesses that provide service to minors. Pretty reasonable, right?
Hope. Yes. Breen. Scott.
Every single
Madam Chair, you
Democrat
have
voted for it. Every single, well, not a single Democrat voted for a bill that would ban sex offenders from working at child care facilities. Not one. Not one from the pedophile party. Once again, it's pretty crazy. You know, it's just, and they all do this. Governor Spamberger from Virginia kept saying that, oh, she has no plans to redistrict Virginia, and then she immediately redistricts Virginia.
The short answer is no. Certainly, Virginia, by constitutional amendment, has a new redistricting effort that was put in place and first utilized after in the 2021 redistricting. Certainly, I've been watching.
And then she immediately redistricted. It's like they're all liars. They're all liars and fraudsters and swindlers. So this is Scott Wiener, all right? Someone's, you know, who shut down fraud or whatever. So Scott Wiener says, nah, not president, but Congress, yes. And Nick Shirley is definitely a psycho scam artist. Nick Shirley responds, you literally want to have less consequences for adults who commit sex crimes with 14-year-olds. You are the psycho. Dude, and they're all like this. They're all like this. They're upset that you try to shut down fraud while they are advocating to put pedophiles near kids. What are we even doing here? This is breaking news, exclusive from Christopher Rufo, who exposed this. Gavin Newsom granted nearly $1 billion to left-wing NGOs. You're not even gonna believe this when you hear these words, that have helped illegal aliens cross the border, organized anti-ICE street protests, and brought in undocumented migrants that are, quote, living with HIV. They subsidized the invasion of our country, man. They are putting gay buttfuckers in our country for why? For literally what possible purpose? Literally, why are they doing this? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Why would you bring in undocumented migrants living with HIV? It's fucking insane. There's no purpose. There is no purpose. Oh my fucking god, dude. Globo homo is so real, it's crazy. We're just gonna put the migrants in every country and we're gonna make everyone gay. That is literally what they're doing. It sounds fucking stupid when you say it out loud, but it is the policy. And I think these people need to go to jail. We need to start arresting these people for treason. Opening our border? What are we even doing? Like, that is what maintains our country's existence. How can you open the border bringing in people with AIDS? Like, what are we doing? So, Hispanic voters who actually understand that there are dangerous people in, you know, Hispanic countries are 49% Republicans and 45% Democrats right now, which is insane. I thought for sure that, you know, like, after all the anti-ICE messaging, I thought for sure it would flip. But, dude, I'm telling you, man, based Hispanic people are fucking awesome. You know, conservative black guys and conservative Hispanics are fucking legends. They make America better, so much better. They really do. Because these guys are goats. They're the goats. And this shit's crazy. So despite all of the anti-ICE propaganda, despite all of that shit, it did not work, and that's insane. So here's a feel-good story of the week. Over 70% of the East Village voted for Mamdani. Now they are suing Mamdani because he's planning to relocate a Bellevue homeless shelter to East Village. This is so sad. Heartbreaking stuff. 4 billion views on this tweet. East Villagers sue Mamdani to stop relocation of notorious Bellevue men's homeless shelter into their neighborhood. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. You voted for a retard communist Islamist, and now he is literally sending homeless people to rape you? Damn, that's fucking brutal for you, probably. This is like, I make the same argument when I see, like, women, like, leftist women, feminists crying about trans people in women's sports, and I'm like, this is literally you. They're like, but trans people are brutalizing women in sports. You literally voted for this. Women aren't safe in women's spaces anymore, in women's bathrooms. I agree, that's horrifying. But you literally voted for this. You understand that? God, it's so crazy how actions have consequences or something. Man, I miss the ages of strong men. And now we have to give in to weak men and strong women. Truly heartbreaking stuff, honestly. You know, the Senate Judiciary Democrats, they drop immigrants make your country great. Then why aren't their countries great? Checkmate, motherfucker. Literally go fuck yourself in the face. If the stock of the immigrants are so fucking good, then why are they all coming from shitholes? I do not see a lot of Americans trying to immigrate to Pakistan, but I see a lot of Pakistanis trying their absolute best to get the fuck out of Pakistan. Coincidence? I think not. Now, this is probably one of the most heartbreaking stories ever. The fact that this is going on. And there's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about here. So, again, I cover stuff as it happens. This literally just happened yesterday. Palestinian car bomber, which is basically the highest civilian honor in Palestine, Isra Jabis, feted by UC Berkeley students during Political Prisoners Day speech. She was giving a speech at UC Berkeley College. Holy fuck. Firstly, I'd like to thank the students for their attentiveness. Oh my fucking God. They are literally getting car-bombing terrorists to give speeches in Berkeley. They literally just got a terrorist calling for the murder of people in holy jihad to speak at NYU 2 days ago, and as I covered that. And now they're getting Palestinian car bombers to speak at UC Berkeley. I'm telling you, and you wonder what's grooming our generation's kids into becoming these absolute dipshits. You know, we have all these retards coming out of colleges screaming about Palestine this and Palestine that. Well, you wonder why. It is an op from the very top to turn these people into anti-American bitches. No, the average IQ in Gaza is 67, and they're fooling you people. It's an entire group of people that don't understand consequences of their own actions. Wait a minute, I don't believe it. They started a war and lost? Yeah, it fucking happened to them a lot, actually. That's why Palestinians were kicked out of Egypt. They were kicked out of Jordan. They were kicked out of Lebanon. I wonder why. So wherever they go, they bring their number one profession, terrorism. Anyway, so breaking, a failed Palestinian suicide bomber, obviously failed because she's around, released as part of an October 7th massacre hostage ransom, spoke remotely to University of California, Berkeley students on Monday at an event held in one of the university's classrooms. This is fucking crazy, by the way. Like, holy shit. And then you got people like, yo, we love you. Next time, do a better job blowing yourself up, I guess. We love you. Oh my God, it's honestly fucking crazy. And this is convicted of suicide bombing in Jerusalem. All right, so here we have the, honestly, finally, oh my God, Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, what's going on here? So I'm really glad that people are actually looking into this, the orcs are in the Shire, man. The orcs are in the, like, bro, they got this guy to talk in UC Berkeley to tell you about how his way of life is actually so fucking awesome and cool. Oh my God. So anyway, in New York City, one of the oldest churches in the entire city is on fire right now, which is last night. Pray, everybody. Crazy. How did this happen? Probably Israel, if I had to guess. We considered if it was white supremacy or the Jews that did this one? I don't know. More right-wing violence, it seems. Crazy. Honestly insane watching this. Oh my fucking... What a tragedy. It's like, it happened all over Europe, and like, I try to cover it whenever it happens. It happens like, a few times a week in Europe and Canada, churches getting burnt down suspiciously by, and they're all right next to Muslim communities. It's so weird how that happens. No, I'm not a conspiracy theory. I would never say something like that. But everyone knows the truth. I'm not acknowledging this. So anyway, it's pretty weird how this keeps happening. And now, under a Muslim mayor, Mamdani, suddenly stuff is gonna happen. That's crazy. Wow, the Astoria Church is now on fire. The first Reformed Church of Astoria was established in 1839 in New York City. Is a mosque coming on the property? And the reason why this was asked is because if you actually look around, the blue dot is the oldest church in Astoria building, and the red dots are the mosques surrounding it. I don't know who lit this church on fire. I have no idea. Maybe it was an accident. Has anyone considered accident? Maybe the Fire Nation is attacking or something? Who knows? So many angles this investigation could take. Well, there are a lot of Jews in New York City. Maybe it was the Jews. It's kind of weird. The Jews never, like, lit churches on fire until now. And now that there's a Muslim mayor and Muslim immigration, now churches are being lit on fire. But it's probably a coincidence, right? Tucker Carlson said that Christians love and respect Jesus. The Pope is trying to break bread and make communion with Islam. This is probably a funny coincidence. Anyway, as you can see over here from this graph, these were all Muslim colonized countries where Muslims colonized. Now, it's pretty weird to me how, if you look at the history books, Europeans are always the colonizers every single time. It's the Europeans, the British, they're colonies. We hate colonialism. Israel's a colonizer. Europeans are colonizers. America's colonizers. But for some reason, Muslims are never called colonizers in the history book. It's almost like there's a gigantic psyop that exists quite literally to brainwash you from birth, out of the cradle, into the brainwash factory, all right, to teach you about how Western nations bad, America bad, the West bad, all right, biblical culture bad. Muslims are just poor innocent sheeple trying to survive. Yeah, colonization is when white people use boats. I don't know if you got the memo. That's how it works. All right, now just in, EU obviously doesn't like any of this. So EU is pushing for crackdown on emojis that can be used to cover up illegal speech. That's right. If you posted an emoji or two, you might be going to jail for hate speech. Oi! Or you got a license for that emoji. You know, like, bro, this is brutal. So, like, to understand, they will bring in people to rape you, and then while they rape you, you're not allowed to cry about it. And you're not allowed to, like, post vague pictures alluding to the fact that you're getting raped. Keep posting your turbans and juice boxes while you can, bro, because it's soon ending. Oi, you got a license to talk about juice boxes. All right, so the Icelandic police arrested 3 migrant men after finding 2 intoxicated 14-year-old girls in a car in Reykjavik. I'm never going to pronounce that right. During a routine traffic check, the Arab men were arrested on suspicion of grooming the girls. So weird. They were later released on bail. Yes, of course. We should put them back into the public. Obviously. In case you were ever wondering why Arab dudes raised under the desert sun would ever lived in Iceland, you have your answer. They have white 14-year-olds. But you're Islamophobic if you notice or don't want to get raped. Either of those two things make you Islamophobic. Now, to understand the level of cuckery that's happening throughout the West, this is in Canada. This is literally in Canada. Get a load of this.
When the Master Corporal tried to address the accused ignored him, walked into the office, and around the table where the Master Corporal was seated. The accused began striking him until he fell to the ground. The Master Corporal managed to get up, at which point he observed the accused had a large knife in his hand. The accused continued to advance to the Master Corporal and slashed him on the upper right arm. The accused continued into the center area of the recruitment center and attempted to slash another uniformed Canadian Forces member. However, she managed to escape unscathed. As the accused continued onward and further into the recruitment center, military staff managed to corral civilian applicants into a safe location. Military personnel were able to subdue the accused until the police arrived and effected the arrest. Wow. As a result of this occurrence, 2 military personnel were transported to the hospital where they received treatment for non-life-threatening injuries. They were later released. While at the scene, the accused stated that Allah told me to do this. Allah told me to come here and kill people.
Oh, Allah doesn't sound
The
very
accused
nice.
was taken to the hospital because at the time his behavior appeared to be that of non-responsive.
Yeah, Allah seems not very nice in this story. Terrorists who stormed a Canadian military recruitment center and stabbed a corporal because Allah told him to come here and kill people has been granted permission to fly to Mecca and continue to Somalia for an arranged marriage. Bro, what are we doing here, man? I'm so tired of making believe this shit's not retarded. It really is. Like, what are we doing? So this is Italian residents helplessly looking down into the streets, looking at what their country has become. Italy, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I was actually in Rome recently. I went to the Fontana di Trevi. It's a beautiful fountain, a old fountain. It's honestly gorgeous. I was there once before. And I very, very clearly remember you could just basically go there, you look around, you take some pictures, you keep moving. Now they have, like, these outposts, they have, like, these places, you're not allowed to go past here, they have security, they have all sorts of shit. Apparently people were, like, shitting and bathing in the Fontana di Trevi. Apparently people were just going there and just kind of doing whatever the fuck they wanted, you know, making camp, being violent. What changed? What changed? Over a few years, what changed that made the Fontana di Trevi literally uninhabitable without, you know, infinite security? What happened? You know, I went to a synagogue in Italy. Oh my God! In Rome, they get so much threats coming from Muslim migrants, apparently, this is what I was told, in Italy, that they, in order to go into the synagogue, you need to give them your passport information a day before so they could check you out, so that you could then go and show your passport to the security at only one time during the day so that they could let you in to see it. And it's like, it's this ancient, beautiful synagogue. It's gorgeous. It was built, you know, 500 years ago. Can't walk in anymore. You can't go there. Too dangerous. This shit's crazy. And we're just supposed to, like, grin and bear it? What is this? This tolerant ideology is not normal. It is retard shit to actually need to be tolerant to all this garbage. All right, so this is a point of view. Being Jewish in modern Britain.
Hello. What are you doing What are you doing around here, bro?
Huh? Just on a job. I'm just on a job.
Huh? On a job what?
Doing some work. Am I bothering you?
What are you doing around here? What are you doing around here, bro?
You're being filmed and you're being watched by many people.
What are you doing around
Have
here?
I done something to you?
What are you doing around here?
Have I done something to you?
What are you doing around here, bro? What are you doing around here?
I'm doing work.
Baby killer.
I'm not a baby killer.
What are you doing around here, you little baby killer? What are you doing around here?
You gotta step back.
Bro, you think I'm fucking... I'll break your jaw, you little fucking dirty little motherfucker. Yeah? You're killing...
This is clearly someone who's able to differentiate between Jews and Zionists, like Hassan Piker.
Fucking dirty little motherfucker. Yeah? You're killing fucking... Bro, you kill little babies in Palestine. Are you fucking dumb?
Actually, no such thing as Palestine.
I'll break your fucking jaw, bro.
Okay.
I'll break your fucking jaw. You're killing kids in Palestine. Yeah, you're killing kids in Palestine.
No, I haven't
killed
any
kids in Palestine.
No.
Yeah?
I've not killed any kids.
Fucking little motherfucker. Yeah? You're killing kids in Palestine. You motherfucker. Don't think you're coming slab, bro. I'll break your fucking jaw. You dirty motherfucking Jew. Bro, I'll just spin his jaw, bro.
Do not.
Yeah, you fucking dirty.
Yeah, being a Jew in England these days, you know. Let's go. Let's freaking go, guys. Diversity is our greatest strength, I'm told. As you can see from all of this. POV, you get off the train in Brussels. Wow, look at that.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You good?
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. Yeah.
I give you...
No,
Yeah, POV. It's just saddening to see. You know, I'm just saying, all of the tourism to Europe is literally going to decline by like 3 bajillion%. All right, and no one's going to be able to figure out why.
In 59 days, across January and February, in 59 days, there was 1,435 rapes reported in London.
Wow.
And that's reported. So you could probably double that or even more multiples of it, because a lot of people won't.
Probably.
The sexual assault and rape numbers have gone up by 400%. So when Sadiq Khan talks about, oh, it's the safest city in the country, it's outrageous. We know that there are rape gangs operating in London. We know that there's trafficking. We know all of these things, and we know who the predators are, mainly. In 59 days...
But don't say who it is. You can go to jail.
January and February, in 59 days, there was 1,435 rapes reported in London.
And that's reported. So you could probably double that or even more multiples of it, because a lot of people won't.
That's it. The sexual assault and rape numbers have gone up by 400%.
Coincidence.
So when Sadiq Khan talks about
coincidence,
it's outrageous. We know that there are rape gangs operating in London. We know that there's trafficking. We know all of these things, and we know who the predators are, mainly. In 15...
Yeah, but don't say who they are. This is the most heartbreaking shit in the universe. It really is. All right, so, and these are the judges that keep putting them back on the streets. Are you serious?
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah, these be the judges that keep putting them back on the streets every single possible fucking time that they can. Now, Donald Trump obviously has no respect for these people anymore. The Euro cucks. All right, Reuters reports that the U.S. is considering options to punish NATO members who the Trump administration believes failed to support the USA during the Iran war. Agreed. Including A, suspending Spain from NATO, based as fuck. B, reassessing U.S. support for imperial positions such as the Falkland Islands, maybe taking the Falkland Islands from England. And of course, you have the absolute fucking dumbest people on the planet, like Piers Morgan, no offense, saying, if President Trump wants to take the Falkland Islands away from Britain, then we must reclaim the United States. Fucking try it, bro! Try it! Oh my god, perfect way to celebrate the 250th anniversary of American independence, and King Charles can announce it to Congress next week. Literally try it! See, the reason why Trump could threaten to take the Falkland Islands is because he could do it, and there's really nothing you could do about it. The reason why you can't do anything in return is because you're gay as fuck. Alright, so let's just understand that for a second. Alright, but this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with absolute dipshits. Now, Piers Morgan just had Valentina Gomez. She's, in my opinion, too rambunctious for my taste. All right, she goes too hard, some would say. All right, but this clip was going giga viral actually in Pakistan, and this is crazy.
Pakistan is not known for being the cleanest place on earth.
True.
It's actually a dirty shithole full of terrorists. I've never heard anybody say that.
True, technically. I mean, like, if we just want to be like factually, true, technically.
They want to go to Pakistan for vacation.
Technically true. Technically, she's like, is it abrasive? Perhaps, but technically, yeah, right. And he's just staring at her in silence for like 5 seconds. It's just fucking crazy. So they got her onto the show to debate a Muslim. And this is just incredible, because what you were about to witness is a low IQ, 68 IQ retard who does not understand per capita.
Piers, I went to the website of the Office for National Statistics and the Bureau of Justice of the Americans. And here you can see, these are all the victims saying who their perpetrators are. And here they say that it's people that they know, it's their family members, it's their friends, it's their acquaintances.
You do realize America is 1% Muslim.
Strangers, or what she calls grooming gangs. You can see the overwhelming majority are done by those that they know or those or their relatives.
Look how insane that is, bro. Look how amazing that is. It's like, in America, 80% are done by relatives and only 20% are done by grooming gangs. You do realize that Muslims are 1% of the American population.
Tell me, where is the takeover that's grooming gangs? You can see the overwhelming majority are done by those that they know or those or their relatives. Nobody says...
You're saying that 1% does 20% of the crime?
If you look at the population, she says that they're being taken over. This is the population of Muslims in the UK and in the US. In the US, 1.1%. In the UK, 6%. Tell me, where is the
6.5%. But if you actually follow the birth rates, then by 2050, they'll be a majority.
Against Brits, and I'm a Brit, I'm born and raised here, against our...
I am just as British as me and you. I am just as British as me and you. Also, I hate your religion and your culture and your ideology, and we will kill you and rape you.
Says this is a white Christian problem. Everybody says crime has no faith and it has no race. This was committed by vile individuals.
Wow, more Christians are criminals in England than Muslims are criminals in England. Yeah, but Christians are 90% of the country and Muslims are 6% of the country.
They are overwhelmingly white. But nobody says that this country has a white criminal problem.
Because it's a white country. Because most people are, oh my God, the majority of crimes are done by white people. No fucking shit. Like, dude. So and in my opinion, the fact that Piers Morgan brings these people on in order to push this shit, in my opinion, he is complacent. I think he is actually working his absolute best to work with these dipshit retards to actually fucking push this shit. I think Piers Morgan is addicted to getting lots of views from third worlders, and that's why he has Cenk Younger on his show every 2 days, because he is addicted to the high of big view counts from complete fucking retard Islamists that actually, think that these are good points, ? There's no way that Piers Morgan believes anything he's saying. Like, this graph proves literally nothing. This graph proves that despite the fact that Muslims are 1% of America, they're 20% of the rapists. Is that really what you're trying to prove here? So, in my opinion, Piers Morgan is literally using shit like this and letting it slide through in order to propagandize the people, because this is the most disingenuous shit in the universe, and everyone should know that immediately. And it's crazy how he's just picked his side, obviously, and he's using this as a little way to launder information forward. Now, this was a really viral debate that happened a couple of days ago. This is God Logic debating Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed Hijab is one of the largest known Muslim debaters. He's a British guy because he has papers that says he's British, as he preaches for Islam to conquer the world and jihad and stuff. One of his famous scandals was saying and convincing people to sleep with him because that'll save Palestine, allegedly. But that information was leaked. So this is God Logic destroying him and his entire worldview in like 1 minute.
You're no different than the everyday Muslim.
What does Furqan mean? What does Furqan mean?
Furqan means criterion.
What does Furqan mean?
Okay, so what does it mean? What does it mean?
A standard of truth that tells you what's right and what's wrong.
All right, so look at his laugh. Furqan means a standard of truth. Right, so this is awesome. It gets better.
Guess what? The Quran says the Torah is Al Furqan.
So the Quran uses that same word, standard of truth, to describe the Torah. That's right. Look at that face of defeat.
Because the Torah is Al Furqan. Chapter 21, verse 48. The Torah is the Furqan, Muhammad.
I can't even hear what you're saying. I can't hear it. Tell me something else.
I just said.
Tell me something else. Move on. New topic. So what you just heard is actually called the Islamic dilemma. It's a really popularized argument these days to prove that Islam is a fake religion, following a fake prophet. Because the Quran very often, again and again and again, talks about how the Torah and the gospel is the word of God and it is correct. And it tells people that you don't need the Quran if you have the Torah and the gospel to help you judge. So that is a very, very popular statement shown many times in the Quran. Yet the Quran violates the actual ideology of the Torah and the gospel all the time. So if the Quran is right that the Torah and the gospel is true, then the Quran is not the word of God because it violates the Torah and the gospel. And if the Quran is true, and the Torah and the gospel is false, then the Quran is still false because it says that the Torah and the gospel is true. It's called the Islamic dilemma. There is no defense of it. And here you have the biggest Muslim debater absolutely getting obliterated by this argument. And it's crazy. They keep showing up to these debates to get humiliated and then turn around and go back home. And we need to bring these savages into our countries. And look, I'm just being realistic here. I'm sure that there are a lot of really nice Muslims out there, especially the ones that aren't religious or keep or follow the Quran. Those are probably even nicer than the ones that do. But just to be clear, why should we take that chance? Being tolerant is not a virtue. Being intolerant is a virtue. We need to protect our people, and it's not worth flipping a coin on every single person we're bringing in from a fucking shithole. We got to look at the people voting to bring people in from the third world, man. We got to take a look into these people. So this is Pokimane, all right? She's one of the most popular leftist female streamer ladies. She goes out there and talks about how men bad all day. So this is her talking about how men bad.
I don't want to sound ungrateful saying this, but I just want to say, like, I essentially want to set new rules in my chat of, like, what is or isn't okay. Because I want to be very comfortable streaming. I want to feel respected by the people in my chat. If you're here, like, rage baiting or objectifying me or really anything like that, I think maybe when I was younger, like
oh my God, men just come into my chat and they objectify me. It's so hard to be a woman. It's so hard. It's so hard to be here half naked and getting objectified. I can't believe it. So these are the bitches that don't understand consequences, and then they face consequences and they just don't understand it. Now, to be clear, this is her content. This is new content. This isn't like old. Like, what are we doing here, guys? Are we being serious? Like, this is crazy. So she's out there making this content, complaining about getting objectified. Like, are we serious? And then they do, like, these
10,
countdowns.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was decent.
Yeah, so what are these countdowns? Some would ask. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. I don't need to get involved. All right, what are we doing here?
Flash her, start jacking off, and go, take a compliment. Like, I think you're really hot. Ooh.
People objectify her. I can't believe it. The consequences of my own actions. 35-year-old woman, by the way. Ovaries, drying up, eggs falling out, and she's out here, miserable and alone, voting for leftist policies that made her this way. All right, and you see it everywhere. So this is Bao, a very popular VTuber, and you know, she goes out there being like, men sexualize us all the time. They're just mad. We learned to Donowall them for it. Lamau, what a beta cuck. All right, men sexualize us. It's so bad. She literally has a fansly. Which is an OnlyFans equivalent. She literally makes porn. Like, it is shocking to me to watch this. It's like, I can't believe men sexualize us. Literally someone that creates porn. It seems like the complaint here is that men sexualize us for free. Men don't pay us to sexualize us. That seems like the complaint. But it is insane watching this all over the place. Just people not understanding accountability. So this is DoorDash Girl. You might remember her. She went super viral a couple months ago because DoorDash Girl decided to film a guy that was naked and publish it to humiliate him, and then all of a sudden face consequences. Now she's going to jail. Oh my god, women want consequences. Oh my god, the men are such pigs. Oh my god.
Hey guys, I just lost my job. The police are doing nothing. This is a man's world.
Yep, a man's world. Men are the problem. My life is bad because of men. Totally not my life choices that brought me into this predicament. It's men.
The victim! Remember? I'm the victim!
Yeah.
Olivia Henderson, aka DoorDash Girl, is absolutely finished after her criminal indictment has come down, and now she's going to have some major legal consequences. We're going to talk about that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. This is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news.
All right, let's go. Lock in. Lock in. We have to understand exactly how the Floyd got fucked this time.
So for those that may have missed it, this is our defendant here today, Olivia Henderson. She is the DoorDash Girl, and she became quite famous when she entered she essentially pushed open the door on a house that she was delivering DoorDash to, and she saw a man inside that was half naked. Now he was passed out from alcohol consumption, as the facts will later go.
And still decided to publish the video to humiliate him. And then she called herself a victim of sexual assault because they were upset at her. Dude, this is like, it's fucking insane. Like, these are like delusional children. We have to eliminate universal suffrage. The 19th Amendment was a mistake. Why should these people be able to vote? This is crazy. These people are supposed to dictate the future of our country? Holy fucking shit, bro.
That's f***ed up.
Consequences? Oh my god.
But indeed, Olivia claimed, hey, this man SA'd me, right? And this
She was sexually assaulted by filming a naked guy in his own house. That's right.
Guy was out here essaying me, and therefore the police need to come. Everybody needs to pay me. I need to be, I'm the victim here. She's claiming to be victim.
Many such cases.
Remember, I'm the victim.
Well, despite her Me Too-esque claims...
Dude, this victimhood shit is destroying cultures, all right? I'm telling you, man. And I say that everywhere. Everyone needs to stop the victimhood shit. Every time I see, like, I'm not gonna lie. When I see Jews playing the victim card, when I see black people playing the victim card, when I see women playing the victim card, there really are some victims out there. But just by the fact that you are a woman or a Jew or a black person, it doesn't inherently make you a victim if nothing happened to you. So get up, do something, especially in America. Oh my God, the best country on the planet. You could fucking do anything, man. You could.
In fact, was her who ended up getting in criminal trouble because of this. So Miss Henderson here, Olivia Henderson, was arrested after recording and posting images of the man on TikTok. So she took those images, took those video, posted on TikTok. It got all around, right? People were able to see the man, see his house. In the original video, his house number was visible. So you had all of that visible, exposing his location, his person, him while he's passed out unconscious.
I didn't realize
I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting.
I have to tell my story about how I doxed, harassed, and humiliated an innocent man in his own private abode. Isn't that beautiful?
Is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he You know what I'm saying?
So she was arrested on that back last year, and it's been quite a while, but she was finally indicted by a grand jury that's just
Let's
citizens that are
go.
drafted out to do the
Base?
indictment instead of the district attorney. There's kind of those two different methods of bringing an indictment on two felonies, one of unlawful surveillance and another of distribution of the unlawful surveillance image. And that's absolutely huge news, and that's absolutely something that was breaking right now. But one thing that very few people are talking about, we're going to talk about today on The Legal Mindset, is the massive civil liability she now clearly has under New York state law. Let's get right into it. So let's look at the indictment and the charges that kind of rolled down.
Right.
So here you see the file from the New York State with Olivia Henderson, birth year 2002.
Man, I really love consequences. I love when shitty people get consequences. It just makes me so happy.
You see the indictment, the incident was on October 12th.
As one more felon that can't vote, ladies and gentlemen, we're winning. Oh my God, dude.
2025. The arrest was in November by Oswego City Police. Her defense attorney, she's going with the public defender's office. She does not have anything but a public defender at this point. And obviously the assistant district attorney is on the other side of that with her next appearance there in May. So all of that's coming up. She's got this indictment, which means, hey, a grand jury felt there was enough evidence to proceed on this, to bring her to trial. And what that also means to me is not only is this going to go forward with felony.
Also, she's completely insufferable. All right, I feel like it's important to note that also she is just wildly annoying, which works. All right, grand juries are usually retards. No offense to grand juries, but they're usually retarded people. So if you're just like completely insufferable, they will fuck you. Bro, that's why the legal system in America is like a tragic joke.
But also there's potential civil liability. Now, why do I think that's a big thing?
All right, let's look into the judge to see if she's actually going to properly face consequences, guys. Let's do a deep dive into the judge to see if she's going to face proper consequences. No, I'm thinking she might not face the consequences she deserves. I'm not going to lie. Just taking a little bit of a deep dive into judges in America, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to figure out if
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but these are the morning cases. The court is about to start.
Okay, I thought I had 10 minutes. Go ahead and exit.
I mean, have everybody come in?
No, give me 10 minutes.
Yeah, so doing this investigation, I've realized that we're fucked, man. We are so fucked. Until we obliterate the judge cartel, we are cooked.
That's a huge thing because this is her first time offense for the criminal charges. Those will probably be light. As much as everyone wants to say this might be 8 years in prison, etc., it won't be. This will probably be a slap on the wrist at best with probation or a split sentence. The criminal charges are honestly going to be a joke when it comes down to it, and she's probably going to enter into a plea deal. But when you look at the civil side and the potential civil liability, particularly under the special New York law that nobody has talked about so far, that is absolutely going to destroy her. So, turning over to that, after we look at the charges here, once again, the dissemination of a surveillance video and the unlawful surveillance, when we turn over to the massive liability, we look at New York Civil Rights Law, Section 52B. This is for allowing a private right of action for non-consensual dissemination of intimate images.
Oh, shit.
Otherwise known as, people know it as revenge porn.
Oh.
Now, this statute is not just for stuff posted online. It's not just for ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends. It's really for any sort of image that is being posted without somebody's consent. And it covers directly on point secret recording like this. This is something that fits spot on with this.
Oh, the consequences. They're glorious. They're juicy. Oh, man, I can't believe men sexualize us. Literally films and publishes revenge porn. Like, bro.
And the posting of unclothed bodies without consent. And mind you, this situation, it's very interesting because of the genders and people not coming to think of this. But if the genders had been flipped here, if that had been a woman inside and a male driver.
I said that last time. I say that every time. I feel like we always need to do like the gender flip just to understand exactly how badly men get fucked over by this hyper-feminized woke judge cult. All right, and these judges get appointed by other woke cult judges. All right, so they have developed a cartel that's strangling us. It's releasing the criminals. It is punishing the innocent constantly. All right, and look, man, it's like, I think that there's a 51% chance that you sexually assaulted someone. There's no evidence, but I'm still going to, like, take your guns away for a decade, you know, and it's brutal. It's just absolutely brutal.
Certainly, I think people would have thought about this civil liability right away, but I think perhaps people thought, okay, because it's a man and there's SA thrown out, there's this kind of Me Too-esque allegation, we're not going to think about this. But this is very, very direct and very, very on point. And this allows for massive injunctive relief, compensatory damages, punitive damages, and attorney's fees. And because of that, this will absolutely ruin her life. So let me jump over to my judgment. So Olivia is likely going to enter a plea deal or a verdict with a light sentence as a first-time offender. The felonies are not going to land her 8 years in prison. She'll probably get a couple months at best. More likely, she's going to get probation and some sort of time outside of prison, maybe community service, etc. She's not going to be.
We take what we could get. A little bit of accountability, I'll take it. You know, honestly, can't complain.
Serving the 8 years. However, if this man brings a civil lawsuit using this law, and we're just talking about this one law, they could potentially recover $500,000 in compensatory damages and up to $2 million in punitive damages just on this. That's kind of an average outcome when you've got something that has gone viral, that has been widespread on the internet, that exposes his name, very intimate, obviously.
So you're saying that every time I cover this and make fun of this retard, I am potentially making her victim money? So you're telling me every time I talk about this publicly, it brings him more shame, and therefore it means that he could sue her for more? You mean to tell me that I am contributing in the faux part of FAFO for this bitch? Listen, man, I'm doing my best out here. I'm fighting the good fight. I'm trying.
The intimate details, his location, etc. All of those factors point to a massive claim. And not only that, but this is very similar to the case of Vitaly, where Vitaly defamed someone, calling them made a criminal accusation, much as she made that Me Too-esque allegation about SA. In that case, and when we're comparing the two, in both cases, you have potential defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Yeah.
Those both.
Look, especially if she's saying that he sexually assaulted her and shit.
Apply here. Same in the Vitaly case and same over here. So if you pile that on top of the liability under 52B, you're looking at potential multi-million-dollar lawsuit here that could absolutely ruin her. So I think in my conclusion that she absolutely deserves the maximum punishment, and this is something that needs to happen so that copycats don't try to do the same thing.
See, I completely agree with that. Like, look, man, the reason why law exists is for two reasons. One, there's the punishment of the individual, and two, there's ultimately the idea of preventing the next guy from doing it. All right, that is why punishment needs to happen every single fucking time. All right, there really shouldn't be exceptions to stuff like this, especially when it's done maliciously, which this obviously was. All right, so as far as I stand, these woke judges could fuck themselves with a wire brush. All right, I'm so tired of this shit, man.
Or try to post this information online, I think should be absolutely discouraged. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one. Make sure.
Damn, that was a good video. Honestly, it's just so frustrating watching this happen. It really is. Like, we are living in a world where the biggest dipshit retards could get away scot-free with zero consequence of everything. And it all depends on which woke fucking judge decided to show up today to work and, you know, decide to ruin the life of some dude. Right? Now, I'll be honest, Donald Trump posted this, and I think this is one of the greatest posts of all time. I know it's long as fuck, and I'm sure no one read it, but bro dropped an absolute truth nuke going after judges and lawyers, saying that you watch all these lawyers argue and yell and babble legalese and bullshit and propaganda, and the reality is it just leaves the actual American people fucked. Our opinions don't even matter anymore. They really don't, because we have like this lawfare done on this top level of retards, and you can never actually get anything done. You know, you vote for Donald Trump specifically on the idea of deporting every single legal alien in the country. That was literally the mandate of the American people, and for some reason you have these riots, these protests, these acts of domestic terror where the leftoid dipshits and their George Soros-funded Antifa garbage just go out and do whatever, and district court judges stop Trump from doing that. We literally democratically, popular vote, voted for Donald Trump, and this was his major mandate, deporting illegals, and for some reason, the lawfare, the domestic terror, I'm not going to say it worked, because we did get rid of like 1 million people, but I wanted to get rid of 30 million people. So ultimately, this needs to be squashed. Look, Bukele saved El Salvador by crushing the judge cartel, and that's what we need to do here. And I feel like a lot of people are a little too bitched out to actually do something about it. No, don't sexualize me. No, please don't sexualize me, I beg you. No, not the consequences of my own actions. No, anyway, I'm going to vote to rape your culture and your country. Many such cases. We gotta abolish the 19th. Like yesterday, bro. Anyway, thank you for watching today's deep dive. Deep dive on all of the things were covered the way they needed to be covered in the least homosexual way possible. Definitely subscribe. Your patience is appreciated. I'm really glad you guys have been supporting the real deep dives into all the things. I'm sorry if I offended you today. Not really. I'm not actually sorry if I offended you today. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really not sorry if I offended you today. I'm doing my best out here. And if you got offended, that's a skill issue, man. And your boos also, they mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Like, you can keep crying, bitching, doing what you do. I don't care. All right, to all the people that are canceling me, thank you for the support and the promotion. Appreciate you guys. People who hear my ideas and they'll agree with me. Because I think that the majority of American people love America and don't want America to become a third world shithole colony, even though it makes you sound like a racist when you say it. Your words mean nothing. I don't care what you call me. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody just tried to kill President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A gunman attempted to murder the president live on camera at this event that celebrates the press and media in Washington, D.C. The president was tackled to the ground along with his wife on stage as members of the special forces units that protect President Trump ran on stage and evacuated the president and the entire administration who was at this event, at this dinner. Donald Trump, his status is unknown at the time. Right now, we assume that the president is safe and okay. However, we don't know because a gunman is dead right now. You can see the shock and horror in the eyes of the administration, Caroline Leavitt and Melania Trump, here in this video. Again, chaos inside of the White House Correspondents' Dinner Association. This is the most glamorous event in all of Washington, D.C. This is considered the Grammys or the Oscars for Washington, D.C. and the press corps. Every member of the administration was in attendance, and the Secret Service has evacuated everyone as a shooter was confirmed and is dead. You could hear the actual sounds of the gunshots. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play you the best clip that we have so far of President Trump during this moment. Watch this. Look at this. You can see, obviously, somebody from the program showing President Trump and Melania, maybe perhaps the run of show. You can see Caroline Leavitt there, and then you can see one of the head of the White House Correspondents Association, a CBS reporter, there. And then now you can see something really bad happen. The table moves, and everybody starts standing up. You can look at the fear in Melania's eyes. President Trump seems unfazed. Melania and Caroline Leavitt look absolute horror and in shock here. As you can see, the cameraman zooms out. That's a shame, because now we're not able to see closely, but please watch as President Trump is evacuated along with his family. They're told to get down. Secret Service agents and special operations forces take the stage to protect the president. And you can see men in tactical gear swarming the stage. You can also see members of the White House correspondent, the tables here get evacuated. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear stay down, stay down. Reports are that a gunman is dead. One or potentially more gunmen that tried to storm this event have been killed. Chaos that has unfolded at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's
obviously, I mean, this is a total state of chaos right now in the ballroom, and we're seated maybe 50 feet from the stage where the president was up there, the First Lady Melania Trump.
We have to stay here for now.
Security is telling us that everything's okay. The shooter, there was a shooter? 1 second, guys. I'm literally. What happened?
We're trying to identify it now.
Where was the shooter?
Somewhere out there.
In the lobby? In the lobby? All right, control. All right, guys. I just want you to know this is not verified. We're just listening to what's happening right now. But we have security around us, and it's Secret Service because there's a lot of members of the administration here. The Secretary of Education is seated right next to me, and her security just said, confirmed that there was a shooter.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is another. This is all breaking right now. This is happening right now. Here's another angle. Secret Service pulling Trump out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner after gunfire. What looks like another Butler situation here. The shooter is down. CNN saying that President Trump was whisked away by the Secret Service, that a shooter has been killed. President Trump has been escorted off the property by Secret Service. Every cabinet member and congressional leadership is being pulled from the room. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, the whole room is hiding under tables. Complete insanity from those that are present. Look at this. Police rush the White House Correspondents' Dinner after reports of a shot fired. These are the hallways of the Washington Hilton. This is where this event is every single year. Pool report. Several loud bangs, and the Secret Service with guns drawn rushed the pool out of the room. Secret Service pushed us back, screaming, shots fired. Security officials evacuate Mike Johnson. This is, of course, the Speaker of the House. You can see him being rushed quite aggressively out of the room. He's practically being carried out of the room by a Secret Service. Someone actually has been shot here. This sounds like there was shots inside of the room. Katie Pavlich was in the room. It's being treated as if it were by Secret Service. Someone has been shot, and you can see here. Let's go ahead and listen to the loud bangs. You can see the entire tables hiding underneath their tables. I've been in this room many times. It is in the basement of the Washington Hilton. This is quite a small room, actually. It's not a big room at all. This is not some type of gigantic grand ballroom. It is very small. And if somebody were to get or smuggle a gun inside, you would be able to have fish in a barrel, practically, effectively. A defense secretary has been cleared from the White House Correspondents' Dinner as guests are hitting the deck and hiding under the table. So the Secretary of Defense out. Entire cabinet rush out. Pure chaos. Everyone hit the deck in the ballroom. Security is everywhere with long guns. Not sure if TV had it. Yeah. Loud noises heard on stream. Trump is whisked away by the Secret Service. What we know, according to at least preliminary reports, is that someone is dead after taking a gun into the event and attempting to fire it.
It's a difference. But I would say the moment's notice and have to shout over our other reporters and maybe get to ask one, yes, we have access, but we don't have the quality access, I guess, that they were looking for.
This Correspondents' Dinner, if we can go to that full screen, it looks like the head table has been evacuated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please tell bystanders to stay back at the hotel. There were a considerable amount of protesters at the hotel. A lot of people were outside that don't like the president. This happens at almost every single White House Correspondents' Dinner, almost everywhere that President Trump goes. So this is not some type of new or recent event, but the shots fired confirms a shooter is dead. Okay, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. An assailant is in the lobby. Shots fired by law enforcement. Let's just say that there's going to be no White House Correspondents' Dinner speech from President Trump. Look at this. Secret Service have their firearms drawn all throughout the event. Look at that. Wow. Something you don't normally get to see. Look at this. Plainclothes. Shots rang out. It was in the hallway outside of the dinner. Trump was just introduced 15 minutes ago. 5 minutes after he was seated, shots rang out. Pop, 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 pop. Sounded like 5 or 6 where I was sitting. Everybody immediately hit the floor. Secret Service immediately pulled us out of the room. Thousands of people are here. Absolute and total chaos. What sounded like gunshots right over my shoulder. One person was pulled by Secret Service out of the room limping. I did an attendee. I mean, try sneaking into the Oscars. Try sneaking into the Grammys. You know, this is a very exclusive dinner. Very hard to sneak into this dinner. Would be very difficult to try and smuggle your way into this dinner. They tried to kill the president again. You can see here Robert F. Kennedy and his wife getting manhandled by their Secret Service as they are dragged out of the event as well. Cheryl Hines, quite famous. Look at this. Somebody has their hand on the back of Robert Kennedy's head as they were practically dragging them out of the event. This is the job of the Secret Service, obviously. This is a great point, by the way. This is the same location that they tried to kill Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was shot at the Washington Hilton White House Correspondents' Dinner. You can see this video. This is a video of protesters storming the White House Correspondents' Dinner, protesting against Pete Hegseth. So protesters were able to get inside of the dinner. Wow.
Secret Service is in custody, has the person in custody. Everything's okay. One shooter we know so far.
One shooter that we know so far. Everybody's being evacuated. I rushed and started screaming. Okay. All right. Pray for President Trump tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute chaos. Pray for the president. This is bad. I would count this as number 5 assassination attempt on Donald Trump. We'll keep you posted. Stay tuned to this channel. All right. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
So let me ask you a question. Could the entire universe just kind of end sometimes in the future? So one moment you're walking your dog or possibly petting your cat, and everything seems to follow the laws of physics, and the next, without anyone realizing, everything from the atoms inside your cat or your dog to all of the stars in the night sky, everything simply ceases to exist, at least as we know it. And though this might sound like some kind of a science fiction or something that may never happen, modern cosmology tells us a slightly different story. As a matter of fact, it tells us that there is a non-zero chance that our universe is actually sitting in an unstable state or quasi-stable state that is not quite finished yet. And one day it might transform again, reaching that permanent final state, which is when basically everything as we know it stops to exist. And this is what cosmologists and physicists refer to as the false vacuum decay. And so, hello wonderful person, this is Anton. In this video, we're once again going to discuss this somewhat bizarre topic, but this time focus on an actual experiment, in this case a physical experiment, that takes this from a somewhat hypothetical and theoretical realm, or something that physicists sometimes discuss over a dinner table, to something that seems to be a little bit more concrete and possibly has some evidence behind it. And so here in this recent study from the Tsinghua University in Beijing, scientists created a kind of a tabletop experiment simulating this phenomenon using a rain of atoms. Although, just to clarify, no, they did not destroy the universe, and this experiment cannot destroy the universe or cause the universe to transition into this new state. Instead, this is a kind of a simulation that shows us that technically this hypothesis might be correct and this false vacuum possibly exists. And so today we're going to discuss exactly what they discovered, what this experiment shows us, and how this potentially helps us understand the possible end of the universe, while also helping us understand its beginning. But obviously before we start, let's define exactly what this false vacuum is and why physicists believe it potentially exists. And well, to understand this, we first have to take a look at how physicists defined nothing or vacuum. Now in classical physics, it's obviously just empty space. But as we've learned over decades of experiments, that seems to be a little bit incorrect. Nothing does not seem to exist. And so in the quantum field theory, vacuum is essentially filled with these quantum fluctuations and by itself represents the lowest energy state of the quantum field. And one of the core principles in physics tells us that pretty much everything usually tries to assume ground state, the state with the lowest possible energy. So for example, if there's a ball on a hill, that's the unstable state, and so the ball starts rolling because it has to reduce its potential energy and try to assume the lowest state at the bottom of the hill. And as it loses energy, it reaches a stable point on the bottom. Here's another example with water. With water, you can reach a state referred to as the superheated state. And there's actually a somewhat dangerous experiment you can try to perform at home, but you probably shouldn't. It basically involves taking a cup of water and microwaving it for several minutes. If you actually do not disturb the cup, in this case the water can reach really high temperatures, over 100 degrees Celsius, or basically over its boiling point. And theoretically, unless you disturb the cup, it will stay in this superheated state for a pretty long time. But if you touch the cup, which is what usually happens if you try to pick up the cup from the microwave, the system will suddenly become destabilized and all of the energy from inside the cup will try to escape all at once. And so it will suddenly evaporate, creating a kind of a miniature explosion, very likely all over your hands and all over your face. Which is why this is actually a pretty dangerous experiment. But back in the days in college, we actually did try to do this, and yeah, it is very easy to get hurt. And so here we have the metastable state and the more stable state with lower energy. And that's kind of the premise behind this false vacuum. It essentially suggests that our universe might also be kind of like this superheated water, and instead of being very stable and at the bottom of its energy state, it's stuck in a kind of a small dip that makes it quasi-stable, or metastable. But in reality, there is an even deeper state, or deeper valley, of true vacuum further down. And because it's in that metastable state, that's essentially why we're seeing things like quantum fluctuations, and why the vacuum is not actually the true vacuum. And that's where we reach this, I guess, doomsday scenario. Because if we are indeed in this false vacuum, there is a very concerning process that one day might happen somewhere in the universe. Just like that superheated water that was disturbed through motion, a process called bubble nucleation can actually start something very similar in the universe, causing it to start transforming and reaching a new state. And in this case, this might involve some kind of a quantum tunneling phenomenon, where a very tiny region of space could tunnel through the energy barrier and suddenly reach this true vacuum or low energy state, starting a kind of a chain reaction. And following this one bubble, it basically spreads to the whole universe at the speed of light. And so once this bubble forms, this is the true vacuum, and because it's more stable, the bubble releases massive amounts of energy as it suddenly starts to expand in every direction. And well, according to these theories, the physics inside this bubble are entirely different, which means that things like, for example, electrons cannot actually exist because the properties inside the true vacuum would be very different. And that means that even mass itself, governed by the Higgs field, would actually change its value, preventing particles as we know them from existing. Now, some new particles might form that might be entirely different, but exactly what kind of particles, obviously, nobody knows. But what we do know is that atoms and molecules as we know them can very likely no longer hold together, and all of the chemistry of life as we know it will probably instantly stop completely. And that's essentially what this 2026 experiment tries to reproduce using slightly different analogies. Now, obviously, this doesn't involve a real universe, but it does involve a kind of a quantum simulator. And so here scientists used what's referred to as the Rydberg atom ring, or basically a ring of atoms that mimic the universe itself. And so in this case, they used what's known as rubidium-87 atoms to form this Rydberg atom structure. And when you cool them near absolute zero, they start to acquire very unique properties, with their outermost electrons that are excited to very high energy levels, acting in a very specific way. And so as a result, electrons are extremely far from the nucleus and become very sensitive to external fields. That's essentially what you're observing in this image. But here researchers arranged these atoms in a ring where their spins created a pattern that could then exist in two separate states, one representing the false vacuum and the other representing the true vacuum. And then they used a couple of lasers to manipulate this whole system. And specifically by using precisely controlled lasers, they were able to engineer a kind of an energy landscape for many of these atoms. Or essentially they created a setup where these atoms mimicked a false vacuum and true vacuum similar to our universe. But importantly, they then observed that some of these atoms would eventually decay or basically use quantum tunneling effects, moving from the high energy state to the low energy state, just as predicted. And crucially, they discovered that the rate of this decay seemed to match the mathematical predictions for the quantum field theory, with the overall decay increasing exponentially with the increase in the symmetry breaking field, or basically when they nudged one of the lasers. And so as the energy difference grew, the decay happened faster and faster. And this was the first time scientists could watch this kind of bubble nucleation unfold in real time using real materials, and even control it using lasers. But obviously, this was not the first ever experiment trying to achieve something similar. As a matter of fact, we do have several other experiments from the last couple of years relating to this idea of false vacuum decay, and mostly actually from different angles and by using slightly different experimental setups. For example, one of the research we discussed previously involved ferromagnetic superfluids. And here researchers also observed this false vacuum decay inside ultra-cold atoms involving ferromagnetic superfluid. And in their experiment, when everything was super cold, bubbles of much lower energy state were thermally activated and then spread across the entire liquid, providing a kind of a first real-world example of how this transition might actually occur at specific temperatures. Something very similar was also done with these so-called Bose-Einstein condensates, or BECs, that usually also involve ultra-cold atoms, which in this case can be manipulated using radio frequency fields. And so here, by creating two different fields of energy inside of these strange atomic clouds, researchers were also able to create very similar effects where the higher energy state eventually collapses into the lower energy state. The first time this was done was actually back in 2015. And so these experiments once again confirm that this false vacuum might exist after all. Moreover, it's also used to explain the idea known as the cosmic inflation, something that seems to have happened right after the Big Bang, where the universe went through this rapid expansion for some previously unknown reason. And so here one of the theories suggests that this inflation might have actually been triggered by high-energy false vacuum decaying into the more stable vacuum we live in today. Or basically the universe might have already gone through this stage 13.8 billion years ago. And so at the very beginning, the universe might have been trapped in some kind of a super high energy false vacuum and then decayed to its current state, which is still turns out to be maybe not the end. But this also released a huge amount of energy that created all of the matter and space we see around us. And so by using these experiments and these mini-universes, researchers can essentially test many of these propositions. But then there's this last important question. So should we be worried about this? Or basically, should you be canceling your weekend plans and possibly just go sit on the couch watching TV, waiting for this to happen? Well, the answer is most likely no. While the math in this case says that vacuum decay is possible, it's also ridiculously unlikely to happen anytime soon, with the current calculations suggesting that the lifetime for our vacuum state is potentially much longer than the current age of the universe, representing a very large number. In this case, it's 1 followed by 65 zeros, years. And this is based on some of the recent calculations using the Higgs boson and the top quark experiments, which do hint at the current vacuum state being incredibly long-lived. And on top of this, gravity seems to also act as a kind of a stabilizer. And that's because for a true vacuum bubble to start growing, it actually needs to form in the region with basically no gravity. And that's because gravity seems to distort vacuum energy and prevents these bubbles from forming or from getting big enough to be dangerous. In other words, at least for now, we kind of have nothing to worry about. So yeah, you probably have to go to school or to work tomorrow. But despite these experiments being kind of fascinating and essentially giving us a little bit more evidence for this idea of these bubbles destroying the universe all at once, the real scientific value of these experiments is actually in also helping us piece together the history of our origins. Because by conducting these experiments, researchers are also kind of recreating some of the first moments after the Big Bang, helping us understand what potentially happened and why the universe turned out to be the way that it is today. And so here scientists are learning to bring some of the most extreme events in the history of time down to a scale where we can study them and where we can now possibly match our mathematical models with physical observations. Which is why these experiments are actually kind of exciting. But until future studies or until scientists discover something else, at least for now, I guess that's all we have. We'll definitely discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos, videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
We are here in Canada. This place is turning into something interesting here in Canada. I'm not sure what we're going to expect.
These are the second gen.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to turn this off and then gotta change it over for the stream to test out the Fallout New Vegas version. I have just spent a long time trying to get the patch to work. I think it's going to be fine though. I'm just going to start it up right now to double test it while this is running as like a load test. So I gotta switch this to so I guess I need a new one, huh? Well, this is working. I have no playtime on this because I was just basically sitting here, like, trying to dial this in earlier. Probably gonna restart it, when we start later on right now. But I wanted to test it, to continue testing it. This is an underload test. This is amazing. The patch really did help a lot, quite a bit, considering I'm streaming and it's not taking the RAM from other things. Wow, this is not safe. I gotta figure this out. So it's like gonna strip it. Damn. All right. Anyway. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. This is the first time anything like this is run this clean. Wow. I don't know, with graphics like this, I might be able to stock my resolution for my camera up because it's not actually using tons of RAM. I'll probably try to do that in a second here. It seems a little slow, but that's kind of to be expected with. I mean, I am rocking 720 while streaming at 720, so that's kind of crazy. Oh, that's right. I have to turn it in right here before we get more. I keep forgetting about that. Well, it froze. So I I don't know what that means. Wow. Okay. Well, that's clear that we should that this is definitely why we do tests. Well, well, guys, thank you for watching. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and I'm going to start this back up with a fresh load and see if we can get this tuned a little bit better.